Mm. So beautiful, Gum Gum. Yes, you're so beautiful. I love my Gum Gum. Hey everybody, what's up?
How did the doxing site DogeQuest manage to get a hold of the personal data and addresses of Tesla owners? Now, the DogeQuest website appeared back in mid-March of 2025. The website listed the names, addresses, and phone numbers of Tesla owners throughout the US using an interactive map and used images of a Molotov cocktail as a cursor. The website disappeared within just a few days, but reappeared on the dark web still with the same data. So I dug into this, and Kobe Scullion of Obscure IQ did a lot of the heavy lifting. We found some stuff and immediately contacted the FBI. So in the video I'm about to show you, it's actually a little incomplete due to the current investigation, but here's what I can tell you. And since Colby is the hero of this story, let me pass it over to him.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Some of you might have been hearing the past month or so about a website that's popped up online called DogeQuest. Now, this site is primarily known for doxing individual Tesla owners. In addition to Tesla owners' personal information being on the site, there's also locations of all US Tesla dealerships and also supercharging stations. And in all, there's about 1,700 records on this site.
Dude, people fucking hate Tesla. It's over for them. What's going on, Apostate Cantus? Yes, congratulations, Going Anders. You are indeed first.
Now, reports of DogeQuest started popping up around March 17th. Not long after that, the website went completely down. But not long after that, the website was put back up, but this time it was on the dark web. Now, the first question that I had was, how did they obtain?
Mutahar made a video on the dire wolves. He is sus too. So he doesn't even believe it? He's an idiot, but...
Whoa, buddy, we've got a tie. Basically, they were proud enough to say the current extinction is most likely obviously the result of humans. We're filthy monsters. Scientists estimate that 100 to 10,000 species, it's quite a range, by the way, they are the de-extinction company. And that woolly mammoth that's on their header is no joke. They have 1,000 years. This animal hasn't been rocking the planet for 10 years. The further I go down their actual Twitter over here, for instance, you'll see Borks equals stunk. So their value was, I guess, dropping until they basically released their dire wolf research, and boom, things just started to skyrocket. I actually don't doubt about it. Extinction is definitely a real problem.
I don't even understand how they're, what's the model for making money? It just doesn't make any sense to me. This whole thing sounds like a scam.
I wonder just how much human of these scientists were the debates colossal. It's really altruistic, right? They talk about, according to the leading, they're gone from Earth. They're gone from the universe. If any, animals and plant species are threatened with extinction. Measurably positive, in fact, impact on our fragile ecosystem, the gray wolf. So how did this company achieve this kind of technology? What do they do, actually? What is something that the Colossal did to de-extinct an animal? So the way that they actually kind of tackle this is these things, which were not achievable before, are now in our laboratories through breakthroughs in things like CRISPR and genetics. So the reason why you use CRISPR is you can effectively delete genes. So what they did was they found the fossil of the original recording. that in 2020,
Okay, yeah, Mutahar's literally a fucking retard. This guy's YouTube channel is completely and utterly fucking useless, and this guy pretends to be an intellectual. Like, this fucking jackass can't even install Linux properly. He is just reading off, like, word for word from these fucking articles. Like, who fucking cares?
them into becoming better than average and into a different species. Should this post stay up? That was 90% similar to human beings, and you took like maybe some werewolf morality that a lot of the tech actually been a D.
I don't know.
Coach Greg.
I don't know why people aren't questioning whether or not these are actual fucking dire wolves. They look like normal fucking wolves. It's just so fucking stupid. Like, something like this could just so easily be fraud. Why isn't anybody questioning this? I haven't seen, like, some kind of third-party independent testing on these wolves' genome or something, and then, you know, they clearly say, yeah, these are dire wolves.
Information on Tesla owners. How did they know somebody in the United States actually owned a Tesla? Did they hack Tesla? Did they hack a state DMV? Did they buy this information from data brokers, or did they do something else? So I wanted to test this out to see what patterns I can find. So I took a sampling of about 50 different email addresses. And the first place I went to was DarkSide from District 4 Labs, which is a fantastic OSINT tool, and it holds one of the world's largest repositories of breach data. Now, I initially sampled, as I said, 50 email addresses, and the pattern became clear very quickly. Each one of these individuals were in the Park Mobile data breach, and additionally, they were listed in the breach as having a Tesla. So the next thing, after we had sampled just a small amount of email addresses, we went and actually accessed the full Park Mobile data breach. And I don't encourage anybody to go out and actually download this. We're doing this for educational purposes here. So what we have here listed on this slide is the actual headers from the raw data breach file. And you can see that there is client ID, title, initials, first name, last name, and the list goes on. But the most interesting one is actually the bottom one that says descriptions. The descriptions field holds custom vehicle nicknames that individuals that have the Park Mobile app will give their vehicles. For instance, as we could tell, most individuals who had a Tesla just nicknamed their vehicle the Tesla. Others gave it a little bit more of a specific name, such as Model Y or Model 3. So what we ended up doing was creating a Python program. And this program did a couple of different things. It, one, made an email match. After that email was matched, it then looked into the description field. And we had searched for a variety of different terms to pull.
Yeah, not only do they not look like dire wolves, but they look pretty much exactly like Arctic
Marjorie
wolves.
Taylor Greene bought a shitload of stocks yesterday, seemingly aware way ahead of time that reciprocal tariffs would be paused the next day.
Whoa. Oh boy. There we go. Cat's out of the bag. We all know what's going on here. This is very unusual. Yesterday, politician Marjorie Taylor Greene said that people panicking over tariffs are losers and failures. Today, she disclosed over a dozen stock purchases, purchasing hundreds of thousands of numerous stocks she bought when the market was deeply red. Unusual. Yeah. Dude. Trump is just absolute fucking cancer to US politics. Like, none of these people are professionals who actually care about their jobs and any kind of duty to their country. It's just retarded nonsense. It's just corruption, self-interest, incompetence. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Pull out from this description field. And you can see that over here on the right. Some of these search terms, and as I said this a little bit earlier, are Tesla, Model S, Model 3, Model Y, Cybertruck, etc. We also have different spelling variations listed in here as well. Because of that, we were actually able to broaden the number of matches that we had. And we ended up coming to the conclusion after our analysis was finished that about 98.2% of individuals on the DogeQuest site not only had been involved in the Park Mobile data breach, but also were listed in there as having Teslas. Now, in all, there was over 74,000 individuals in this data breach that met that criteria. So the question is, why did they not show up on the DogeQuest site? And we honestly don't know for sure, but one thing that we suspect is that the individuals that were selected to be on the site are usually pretty prominent folks, such as leaders of an organization, people who are relatively high net worth or well known. And really, the set of people on this have careers in a vast array of different industries. Now, what about the other 1.8% that doesn't really fall into these categories? So we suspect that they were also targeted because of who they are. Now, this set of individuals tended to be.
Where are you at on Last of Us 2? I'm on the Scar Island with Abby. What part specifically was it? Haven't gotten to where everything's burning up and you're riding out on the horse, but I am on the Scar Island. Oh yeah, we encountered Isaac on Scar Island where he was about to kill you, and then Yara killed him, and then you ran away. And now you're getting chased down by not only the Scars, but also the wolves. That's where we are.
Be aligned closely with either the federal government, currently work at a company that is owned.
No, in all likelihood, we're not going to play Call of Duty tonight.
By Elon Musk, and also possibly have a direct connection to Doge. Now, while the Park Mobile data breach appears to be the way that the folks behind this website had found out who owned Teslas in the United States, there were also other data points listed on the DogeQuest site that was not in the Park Mobile breach at all. So over here on the right, you can see a sample of the fields that are listed on the DogeQuest site. These include social media data, address information, and in cases where a business is listed, even their hours of operation. So how do these individuals behind the DogeQuest site obtain this info? We don't exactly know, but we do suspect that they may have utilized data brokers. Now, do we think they contacted a data broker directly and purchased this data? We doubt that, frankly. We suspect they might have scraped the information from a site that's easily accessible, which is perhaps a people search site. So we had to rule out that the extra information wasn't just pulled from an additional data breach. So to do this, it was pretty straightforward. We actually go back to DarkSide here and ran another random sample of email checks against their entire catalog of data breaches. And what we found was none of them had enough information to provide the complete profile that was listed on the DogeQuest site.
Favorite Metal Gear Solid game? It's either 3 or 5.
So to us, this strongly suggests that the creators of the DogeQuest site didn't just rely on breach data. It looks like they also supplemented the missing information from commercial data brokers. So while this started with a mysterious website targeting Tesla owners, what we found was really a much bigger issue. And that is, once your personal information is out there, and breaches on data broker sites. On social media, it doesn't take much to piece together an incredibly detailed profile about you. This is what makes
Dodo donate tellers, no donations will work past 137. Once you get to 137, that's your daily limit allowed by the Communist Streamlabs. The Streamlabs, a North Korean company, because it feels like it. Can you challenge this clown to a debate?
Facility agency. And half the people.
Okay. Maybe they knew which half to cut.
No.
No? Okay. Well, I mean, if you didn't read it, then you don't really know if it is cutting.
Okay, this guy's just a retard. My god. I have no interest whatsoever in debating mega Trump supporters.
It shocks me, by the way, that you won't take an IQ test because you're afraid you'll find out you're actually stupid. You're the only person I know who's smarter than Destiny, and by far. You're definitely in the 200 range, but you're scared to take it.
There's no way I'm in the 200 IQ range. Isn't that higher than Einstein? Yeah, there's no way I'm in the 200 range. But yeah, it's just imposter syndrome. Like, I know I'm not stupid, but I think I'm just better off not knowing. It's kind of like Forrest Gump, right? Like, if you read or watch the Forrest Gump movie, the reason he was able to succeed the way he did was because he didn't know he was retarded. His mother and literally everybody in his life never told him he's retarded and has a mental disability. So he just went out and did things and, followed his dreams and all that shit. He didn't have that issue of somebody telling him he's retarded and then getting it in his head, oh, I'm retarded, I can't do that. So I think I'm better off not knowing. Like, why would you ever want to know how smart you are? I think you may be better off not knowing and just go out and do whatever the fuck it is you want to do. And then not have to have that issue in your head that, oh, well, I'm this smart or retarded, so there's no point in trying because I'm not smart enough, Thanks for the donation, though, Politics Edgelord. Yeah, so, Dodo, I have no interest in debating Trump-tards, MAGA supporters, or just about any retard in general. I'm just fucking done. Like, these debates are nothing but stress and annoying. And every time I do them, I'm reminded by how retarded everyone is. I'll still do debates with people like Andrew Wilson or something. Or, like, if there's any big, figures, like if I ever get an opportunity to debate Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson, obviously I'll do it. But these people online are insane, like just retarded, maladjusted individuals. There's genuinely something fucking wrong with them. They cannot function in normal society, and I think that's why they're online in the first place. They're not able to have any kind of normal fucking social interactions, so they just crawl in their fucking basement cave and then just post nonsense on the fucking internet. So I'm kind of done debating absolute, just worthless fucktards who can't put, coherent thoughts together. It's nothing but, it just gives me nothing but stress. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Turns out Trump told people to buy on Truth Social a few hours before reversing course.
Oh my god.
So I have questions about the tariff announcements today. Who benefited and who made money? And this should matter to you too, because this could be an enormous scam. What we know is that about 9:30 today, Trump posts on social media that people should buy. It's a good time to buy. And then 3 hours later, guess what? He announces that there's going to be a 90-day suspension of many of the tariffs. Predictably, the market, which had been crashing, shoots up, and anyone who made investments early today likely made a lot of money. And so
Dude. How in the fuck is this guy president?
the question is, who close to Trump knew that he was going to suspend the tariffs? Which of his Mar-a-Lago friends or his billionaire advisors were able to capitalize on that inside information? Why did Trump send out that post to his supporters earlier in the day? The bottom line is that the chaotic nature of this tariff policy, with Trump's position changing every single hour, gives ample opportunity for any individual who has early access to information about the White House's change in position to make boatloads of money, either by investing at the right time or pulling their money out of the market at the right time. This entire White House is one giant grift. Donald Trump and his friends are in power in order to use their access to government to make money. It stinks.
Yep. Probably the most corrupt president in all of US history. Pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I bought a beautiful new runner rug for the hallway. And those asshole cats of mine already ruined it 1 hour after I put it down. How come you're using Streamlabs again?
Well, they told me the problem with the donations was fixed, and Dodo wanted me to try using Streamlabs, so assuming we don't have any more problems, I might keep using it. Like, the one big benefit for me with Streamlabs is I can use links like a normal fucking person. I don't know why Stream Elements, when people donate links, they get fucked up and weird. But that's really the only one big benefit for me. But thanks for the donation, leaving that, and yeah, that's what cats do. They ruin things. And that's why we love them, because they're good at ruining stuff. They'll ruin the things that you don't need. They will identify things like socks or shoes or carpets or drapes. Things that you don't need, and they will ruin them. They'll say you don't need this, and then they ruin it. They streamline and optimize your life by ruining things that you don't need. Oh, that's my gum gum. Well, thanks for the donation, Leland, though. VG is done debating. Donate $2. I know you have done this, VG. No, I haven't. I've never done a glory hole before. Oh my god. That's a nice Hyrax. Oh wow. Very handsome. Oh. Oh, those are friends. Oh my goodness, those are good friends. Oh wow.
Why are you...
Oh my god. They're hugging. Oh, kitties are the best. Oh. Is that AI? Is that an actual dolphin and dog chilling? Huh. That's interesting. Wow. Dolphin says hello to doggo. Oh. Oh my god. Wow, that's a nice Hyrax. Oh my god, that's so nice. Thanks for the donation. VG is done debating.
Debate Frankie's free-range sugar water #1 customer. You know who. Everyone knows. Debate him, you embarrassment. I don't react to that person because he benefits from it. Meanwhile you have Pugman donating to Svaria because you react to him. Good job.
Yeah, I think Pugman's just a fucking weirdo. I don't think I had anything to do with that. Thanks. Yeah, I think he was donating to Sverige before he even watched my channel. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Vegan Runner donate $2. Got a few vegan pizzas here.
Did a vegan pizza?
Yeah, that's nice.
Makes it so dangerous. Most of the people listed on the DogeQuest site weren't targeted because they were careless. They were targeted because someone took advantage of how fragmented and exposed our digital lives really have become. What this shows is that even partial data, such as a name, an email, a car nickname, can be weaponized and combined with publicly available sources. That's why digital protection isn't just about stopping hackers. It's about limiting your exposure. It's about reducing the breadcrumbs that we leave behind. Because in today's world, unfortunately, visibility is a vulnerability. If anybody out there believes that they are on the DogeQuest site or have confirmed that they are, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to talk to you about it and answer any potential questions that you might have. Ryan, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. And back to you.
You know, doing cybersecurity stuff, I've talked with people who go like, oh, I don't care about cybersecurity. I've got nothing to hide. And that might be true right now. But your life can change. Situations can change. I own a Tesla. I bought it back in 2021. And
Jeez, get rid of that fucking thing now. Yeah, shut up. Bro, electric cars have gotten so bad now that, they lose 50% of their resale value in the first year. Like, what is the fucking point of buying a new electric car? It's stupid.
The wolves are just regular wolves with edited genes replicating dire wolf genes to give them dire wolf traits like their ears and coat sect, that did the same thing to rats, giving rats woolly mammoth fur.
I'm skeptical they even did that, dude. Like, yeah, I've heard of this. They just look so fucking similar to, normal ass wolves. I'm highly, highly skeptical they actually did fucking anything. So, there's also not really any way of knowing what type of genes were actually modified. Because, you know, these are the same species.
We're in a full-blown trade war with China, tariffs raised to 125%. Hassan seems to support it based on this clip. Did you know Marx ironically supported free trade cause he thought it would bring revolution?
I did not know that. It's a little weird. I don't know how the fuck free trade would bring revolution.
Dude, someone is messaging this appropriately. Holy shit. It's not Matt. He's right. He's right. Democrats should not be in favor of free trade. Democrats should be the first to acknowledge that free trade is what has gutted the American manufacturing capabilities, destroyed the American labor force, destroyed the countryside.
Like, this is just so retarded. I mean, the reason Americans don't have as many manufacturing jobs is because they're lower skill, lower pay, and we outsource that to other countries because we have better things to do. It's like there's a reason why you see like Mexican immigrants overly represented when it comes to like housekeeping jobs, you know, anybody who works on a farm, like picking strawberries. Like, Americans just don't want to do that shit. And on top of that, like, a lot of things here are automated now. So, what exactly are you going to be fucking doing by bringing manufacturing to the United States? In all likelihood, companies are just going to automate everything, and then nobody's going to have a fucking job anyway. It's just stupid. So why the hell not just outsource these jobs to other countries, make these products cheaper, versus this manufacturing coming here and it being more expensive and not really increasing American wages? Or even really creating any more jobs. Like, again, most of the shit would probably be automated anyway.
He's a good messenger on this. Bad take? Why is that a bad take? Free trade is nice. Without free trade, or with free trade, you have no manufacturing. Without manufacturing, you have no labor force. Without a labor force, you have no labor power. Without labor power, you have no way to...
Like, again, I don't know how we can figure that. Like, you realize there's other jobs than just working on a fucking factory line?
Without labor power, you have no labor unions. Without labor unions, you have no way to increase wages. Without increasing your wages...
How is he this retarded? There's workers' unions for practically every industry. Look at, like, ACTRA, the actors' union. Are actors assembly line workers? Are they putting car doors on, like, car frames? Are they sewing, like, and doing stitching on a fucking factory assembly floor? No. You can have a workers' union for literally any industry, you fucking moron.
You arrive at what America is doing currently, which is 23% underemployment, gig economy jobs galore, no protections whatsoever, no mechanism of push...
There's no way unemployment's 23%. Isn't it like 4%? Yeah. It's 4.2%. Where the fuck did he get the 23% from? Yeah, what? It went up to 14.8% under COVID? Like, never hit 23%. Unemployment rates in the United States are lower than in China right now. There's more unemployed people in China, which is basically the world's manufacturing center.
Push back against the one party that's supposed to be against the right-wing reactionary forces, and you arrive at a nation with no healthcare, with no future, no retirement funds, a nation in disarray. All of it ties back to labor at the end of the day. Free trade is nice if you are not in the U.S., though. No.
China has a ton of fucking manufacturing jobs. They have mass unemployment. They certainly have the highest youth unemployment. We're one of the highest youth unemployments in the entire fucking world. Their economy is an absolute fucking shambles, and it's primarily due to the one-child policy. And their retarded, the retarded shit they did with their housing and real estate market. And it seems like it's fraud. They basically built houses and apartment buildings for a population that they would have known wouldn't even exist by now because of things like the one-child policy. And there's also just census data clearly indicating that people weren't going to have as many kids as you would have wanted.
Oh, it's not. That's also incorrect. What are you talking about? Free trade is not nice. Do you believe the fucking WTO narrative that free trade has actually greatly improved the living standards of all these other countries? No, obviously it has not. That is not the case at all. The one country that has actually been able to dramatically improve itself in that process is China, and that is not because of the free trade. That is because of what they did with the foreign capital.
It's because of free trade, you idiot. If they have no trading partners, how in the fuck are they going to make money?
Well, they came in. The only thing that free trade benefits is capital owners. That's why America did it for so many years. A lot of people say, we don't want free trade, we want fair trade. You can't have fair trade.
Well, Hassan is getting more and more retarded by the day. Thanks for the donation, retard. VG is done debating. Donate $2. Are you going to do any motor streams or building any figures soon? This is an old stream of mine. What was I
Some
doing
more.
here? Stupid.
E-Force 3.
So weird. As far as like streaming on my motorcycle, probably not. So I do not have good internet coverage, like cellular internet coverage, in order to reliably live stream on my motorcycle. Secondly, I don't know, like, I don't see there being much of a point to it anyway. Like, one, it's kind of mildly distracting when I'm driving, and it's probably better I don't, because I'm just more likely to get distracted and crash. Like, I'm not stupid, so I don't look at chat or anything while I'm streaming, but you know, if people are donating and I have to answer questions and shit, like, it's better I just pay attention to the road. Might build figures in the future, though. Fan film looks cool. Not really. Have you seen? Yeah, this looks like garbage. Yeah, that just looks awful. I could be wrong, it might actually end up being good, but the animation looks terrible. Thanks for the donation, though. VG is done debating. Lala donated $3. Let me see.
What if my nose was... Well, I'm Squidward.
Vinegar. What? It's vinegar. Puss.
John, I want a divorce.
Divorce.
It's not funny, John, and you know it's been coming for a long time. Why do you always laugh when I'm upset? I'm absolutely serious.
Oh my god, I still have it.
Those are terrible. Thanks for the donation, Lala.
Marx hated free trade, he hated protectionism, he basically hated everything. But he thought free trade would create a competitive race to the bottom in wages and piss of the proletariat. He was also cynical and assumed politics wouldn't address this.
Yeah, I don't know how you wouldn't have that same exact issue even if you had completely restricted trade. So, I mean, yeah, countries could compete with other countries for like a race to the bottom and like cheaper labor and stuff, but you could have that same exact problem within your own country. And in fact, you do. That's why there's workers' unions, and that's why the government has stepped in and instituted like federal minimum wage, workers' protection systems, you know, stuff like that. So, what a dumb idea. Yeah, Marx was not the smartest guy, clearly. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hassan is such a moron. I don't know why so many SJWs like him. Don't these people realize that without jobs, in the words Ned's declassified school survival guide, we would all still be cavemen eating mud?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Only Bernie can save us from Trump. He needs to run in 2028. I've lost a fuck ton of respect for Bernie Sanders. Oh, gum. Oh my goodness.
Yo, what's up, finance fam? A lot of volatility in the stock market this week, so I'm hopping on here to help people who only watch Fox News understand what's happening in the market. Let's get started. Real simple formula. When the stock market is down, Fox News only covers trans people playing sports. That's how you know we're bleeding red. I've looked at thousands of hours of this, and let me give you a tip. The more obscure the sport, the worse the market is doing. If they're covering a trans swimmer in the NCAA, normal market territory. No need to panic. But this week, we got a trans fencer at the Cherry Blossom Tournament in Maryland. A lot of Fox coverage on this, which means the Dow is down a full 4%. But just yesterday, they're covering a trans athlete playing disc golf. That's a pretty obscure sport. It's iPhone footage, there's frisbees, 7% market dip.
He isn't wrong. Yeah, that's literally Trump. Zoomer men are possibly the most misogynistic cohort I've ever seen. No generation of men gets a pass on this, but Zoomers have whole elaborate theories of how women aren't people. They calmly discuss how women have no inner life. It's extremely chilling. Bro, they don't. Yeah, it is surprising how women do not have an actual life of their own, and all they really, like, their only hobbies are their relationships. That's it. It's true. Women do not have their own fucking lives. That's why they try to strap onto your life and, like, sink their fucking claws into you, because they don't have a fucking life of their own. But, yeah, I guess people need to cope. Why is it the richest man has a $5 streaming setup? Elon Musk rage quit his live stream playing a video game while getting mercilessly trolled in the comments. He says connection lost, yet he's still live streaming. Is he trying to say he's soft, that he can't play video games, or that Starlink service isn't good? Uh-huh.
Lost connection. Connection lost.
if he wanted to use the connection lost excuse, why wouldn't he just shut down like OBS or something? And then just like type in the chat, oh, my internet went down or something, or connection lost or some shit. Just shows you how stupid he is. Like, the guy has no fucking critical thinking skills. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Why do so many SJWs follow Marx so much? He was such an idiot.
Well, because they're stupid too. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Watched movie Sebastian in theaters without knowing what it was, and girlfriend was pissed, kept grabbing my dick to see if it was hard. Was just dudes fucking the whole time. How are you?
I don't know what fucking movie that is. But I am just run down and exhausted. I'm fine otherwise, but I am fucking exhausted. Don't ever diet. Just stay fat. Enjoy food. Dieting is only for insane, crazy people like me. Just stay fat. Be happy just eating Oreos. But yeah, I'm just not eating much, training a lot, and I'm just fucking tired. I want to win the lottery so I can just take a break. But thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Mangusis donated $2. They look mangusy. Oh my god, let me see. Oh my god, he is very mangusy. Oh wow, those are good mangai. Oh my god, such good manguses. Oh. That is so nice. Oh my goodness. Hyraxes are so good. Did you know that they're related to elephants and they share a common ancestor? Isn't that amazing? Wow. Soon.
Hatzegopteryx stands 15 feet tall. It is, in fact, a pterosaur, a reptile with wings that here, as it stalks through the trees, it has to keep tightly folded.
I really like these dinosaur documentaries. I might actually end up watching that. I trained neck and my neck is very, very tired. It's very hard to hold my head up. Oh. Oh my god. That cat looks nice and comfy. Oh, that kitty loves the grass. That is so nice. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis. Hey, Wandering Mason, what's up?
Back then, buying a Tesla wasn't a political act. It was just a car. And today, owning a Tesla is a political act. So if you don't care about cybersecurity, remember your life situation can change to the point that something you did years ago can come back to bite you. And I personally never thought it would be owning a Tesla. Now, all this is pretty scary. Another concern is that if data brokers weren't used, public information sites still cost money to access. So someone is funding this. I don't know who, but that's why you involve the FBI. If you own a Tesla or you're concerned about your own personal information getting brokered online, contact Obscure IQ in the link below. And
yeah, get rid of your Tesla while you still can. That is retarded. Let's see, Russell Brand, criminal lawyer reacts.
I'm talking about. What do you immediately see? You see f***ing big ears in a trunk, right? Well, don't think about Russell Brand.
Oh really, have you seen Waking with Dinosaurs by any chance?
I believe I have.
Waiting for the perfect...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Having sex inappropriately with other people.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
So graciously gifted to AI and do the AI version, whatever. Both. Okay, now I'm just joking. All right, so Russell Brand. So Russell Brand is being charged by the Crown Prosecution Service. That's what they call we call CPS Child Protective Services. Over in good old bloody England, we call it the Crown Prosecution Service. So the Crown Prosecution Service has authorized the Metro Police Service to charge a man following an investigation by detectives. Who is that man? That man is Russell Brand, age 50, of Oxford, in connection with the following offenses. Count 1, rape. Count 2, indecent assault. Count 3, oral rape. You know what that is. Count 2, and 2 counts of sexual assault. So the detectives begin their investigations in 2023 after receiving numerous allegations which followed reporting by Channel 4's dispatches in the Sunday Times. So it is alleged that in 1999, a woman was raped in the Bournemouth area. In 2001, a woman was indecently assaulted in the Westminster area of London. In 2004, a woman was orally raped. Between 2004 and 2005, a woman was sexually assaulted in the Westminster. So I'm getting these go all the way back to 1999, and I do have a little bit of an issue with historical cases because they're very difficult to defend. I say this happened, and there's no DNA, right? So the only evidence that they're going to have, typically, is they're going to have just oral testimony from somebody. It's her word against his word, right? So it was said by somebody who shall remain nameless, that a good defense would be, I was on heroin. I don't remember that time period. No. You remember everything and it never fucking happened. That's how you defend these cases. The reason why is because, guess what? If you didn't remember because you were all fucked up on heroin, it's her version that rules the day. And you have to testify. I know that the rule of thumb in criminal cases is your client shouldn't testify if they can avoid it. Now, if there's a way you can discredit...
Well, guess what? Just like so many other films and TV series these days, it's getting a reboot which will be coming out this year.
After a long radio silence about the new Walking with Dinosaur series coming out this year, there is finally some news in the form of 3 lovely images shared on the Twitter account of BBC Earth. I won't keep you waiting any longer, let's dive in. World's first look at Walking with Dinosaurs. More than 25 years after it first stomped across TV screens, Walking with Dinosaurs is returning this year. This new 6-part series will reveal the incredible life stories of these long-lost. Extreme close-up of an Albertosaurus, and there are several things here for dinosaur fans to get above dinosaurs with Stephen Fry, and lesser CGI is not a deal-breaker for me. Dinosaur skull with...
Well, that's nice. I'll definitely watch that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The witness... Now, keep in mind, I'm a defense lawyer, so that's why I'm coming out with these tips. But if you can discredit the witness, and I've done that before, with facts and social media and whatever to make it, to show that they're not credible, you can mitigate some of that and maybe not have to have your client testify. But typically, if the jury hears
Russell Brand testifying is such a bad idea because he's a fucking retard.
here's one side of the story and your client doesn't testify, they're only going to go with what they fucking hear. Naturally, wouldn't you think? I would think so. Russell Brand is going to appear in court on May 2nd. And according to the detective superintendent, Andy Furphy, you'd think it would be Murphy, but it's Furphy, from the Metropolitan Police, who is leading the investigation, said the women who have made reports continue to receive support from specially trained officers to craft their testimony. I'm just joking about the last part. He didn't say that. But he did say that they're receiving support from trained officers. The Met investigation remains open, and detectives ask anyone who's been affected by this case, or anyone who has any information, to come forward and speak with police. A dedicated team of investigators is available, and this is their email. Support is also available by contacting the Independent Charity Rape Crisis Center at 24/7 Rape and Sexual Abuse Support Line. We urge responsible reporting online, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's kind of the main thrust of it. Here's the thing. Russell Brand came out and gave a statement, and we'll dissect that here in a second. But if you think about it, one person says,
Can you suggest low-impact but muscle-building neck exercises for me? I have multiple bulging discs and bone spurs and constipation, and I'm losing muscle tone fast. Thanks for the help.
Well, you can just do, normal neck harness exercises. But just do them without any weight first. So I have a harness like this where you just bob your head up and down. I would just do that without weight first if you have bulging discs and crap. And then just move your head up and down like slowly. Get to a point where you can do it with minimal or no pain. Then add a very small amount of weight, like 2.5 pounds maybe. And then just slowly work up from there. And you can lay down on a bench and also do the same thing with the front of your neck and the side of your neck. So you just lay down flat on a bench with your head over the bench, and then you just lift your head up, down, up, down. Again, just do that without any weight first. And then slowly add weight. Just put a weight on your forehead. And again, just start with like 2.5 pounds. Once you can do it with no weight, with minimal or no pain. But hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Buford Justice.
one thing. Another person who doesn't know the first person comes out with a similar allegation before they're even public. And then another person. So the more people you get doing this, the odds that it's credible go.
Yeah, I wouldn't do any investing right now. You have no idea what stupid, dumb shit Trump is going to do, so I'd wait until that guy is completely out of office so that you know what the fuck's going to happen with the stock market.
Go through the roof. Contrary to popular belief, women don't like to come forward with this kind of stuff. It's embarrassing. They know that a good defense lawyer is going to crawl up their personality, for lack of a better word, and really put them in the hot seat. And they're going to go through their background, they're going to be scrutinized, and they're going to go through a lot after they've already been traumatized. Now, I'm not saying Russell Brand is guilty at all. He does seem like kind of a creep to me.
I mean, are you in a bra designed by you now?
No, but I'm wearing my knickers.
Get him off.
Okay.
There won't be a point where I go, oh, don't. There'll be a point where I go, go on then.
And I don't know him, obviously, because he's a celebrity and I'm just little old me here in the Midwest doing a little YouTube channel and doing my little law practice. It's difficult to defend these cases because, you know, you start out in the hole because what are we arguing about to begin with? Sexual assault. Who wants to be in the position where you're starting off talking about
Other CGI in this reboot though looks nowhere near as good as it did in the organelle series. Old dinosaurs look as wooden as Pinocchio. How is it the CGI from the late 90s somehow looks better than CGI today?
After a long radio silence about the new Walking with Dinosaur series coming out.
I don't think it looks any worse. Yeah, I don't think this looks any worse. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
5 days ago versus today. Nasdaq is barely back at where it was pre-tariffs a week ago.
Yeah, I've already seen this clip. This guy was saying, oh, you need to vote for Trump because he's going to fix the economy. Then when he destroys the economy, oh, all of this is just, oh, it's digital ones and zeros. You won't miss any of it. Losing money means nothing. Who cares about the economy? It's just fucking... They're just grifters. It's all they do. U.S. stock market adds $4 trillion in the past 10 minutes. Panikins right now? Panikins. Yeah, it's because he delayed the fucking tariffs. Like, what are they fucking talking about? And again, this doesn't really mean much if he's just going to continually keep fucking flip-flopping on whether or not to impose tariffs. Like, oh, these people are just absolute fucking scumbags. And people are calling him out in the comments, too. It's because Trump waffled, you idiot. What a fucking asshole. That guy's just a lying, grifting dipshit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
about I didn't do X, Y, or Z, you know, sexually. And when they hear the charges and they see the person there, guess what they're doing in their head? I guarantee, you know, it's like if I told you, don't think about the elephant I'm talking about. What do you immediately see? You see fucking big ears in a trunk, right? Well, don't think about Russell Brand having sex inappropriately with other people. What are you thinking about? When you see that defendant and you're in the jury box and you hear these charges, you immediately think, oh, he must have done something. Oh, I mean, they're difficult to defend. They just absolutely are. So the defense doesn't usually have a burden to do anything. But if you don't do anything, you know, they're going to go with the only story that they hear. So, and think about how this has played out in history. I mean, we have Kevin Spacey, for example. You know, we'll probably do a reaction to the Kevin Spacey saga because Kevin Spacey has, he had all kinds of allegations.
Even Waking with Dinosaurs 3D had better, more realistic looking CGI than this.
I don't think it's any worse, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Allegations leveled against him. He was acquitted, and now he's broke as fuck. His life was ruined. Absolutely ruined. And he was acquitted. He didn't go to prison, but his fucking life is ruined. Doesn't have a place to live. I mean, I don't know if he does or not. But he's broke. I mean, I heard him talk on an interview of how this has impacted his career, his livelihood, you know, his bank account, because the fucking lawyers just saw how much he had and took it. So, and then you got Harvey Weinstein, you got, you know, Bill Cosby. You got all these guys. Notice it's never women unless it's a hot teacher. Let's hear what Russell Brand has to say. He's finally, so according to Times Entertainment, he's finally spoken out about the following shocking announcement from the Metropolitan Police that he's been formally charged with sexual assault charges. In a video statement shared directly with his followers, the controversial comedian and actor vehemently denied all allegations. So, generally speaking, you don't want your client giving a public statement. The first time anybody hears their testimony should be on a stand. But when you're dealing with celebrities, guess what they got to do? They got to get out ahead of it. They got to talk. They got to talk. And that's what Alec Baldwin did. Alec Baldwin got lucky because there was prosecutorial misconduct on that case. And that's what threw it out. But if he had to testify, there was so much against him to show that not only was he lying, but what he's saying couldn't have happened. So let's hear what Mr. Brand has to say.
Hello. Firstly, thank you for these incredible and overwhelming messages of
This guy's face just disgusts me.
support. We're very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government. We're very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time where we know that
On Joe Rogan, but is it bullshit? Rest our react.
Fuck.
It's safe to say this disrespectful IRL streamer is in denial that he destroyed his own career.
Jesus.
Can you explain to me what you're doing with your toes on a towel?
So let's say if it's a towel, like, when you run, you got the ball of your feet. Ball of your feet hit first, then you grip the towel.
Right.
Ball of feet hit, then grip.
Have you done this, Jamie? Yeah, all the time. You do it all the
Every day,
time?
right?
Wow.
Yeah, but this the best right there. That little exercise right there, Joe, that make tremendous difference in your feet.
Wow. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Yeah, that seems like a really smart one.
One of the best exercise you could do.
So just recently, Joe Rogan and Antonio Brown, they were talking about the elevator.
There are certain people that exercise is going to be good for, but generally speaking, if you're a fit, athletic person, there's no need to do that.
Like an ordinary piece of junk mail, but in reality, there's a secret message hidden on this page. But even looking right at it, you wouldn't know it was there. Here, let me circle it. If I cut out this little piece of paper and soak it in water, you can see that this little black speck is actually a solid separate piece that comes off. It doesn't look like much, but that's because the message is too small to see. If we take this little chunk and stick it under the microscope, we see the hidden message. This is called a microdot, and it has been a key piece of spy technology for almost 100 years. In World War I, they were used to allow sending more dense information discreetly via carrier pigeon.
Interesting.
تكنولوجيا تكنولوجيا أشهد إنها تكنولوجيا أشهد إنها تكنولوجيا.
Struggle with obstacles, but the ungoverned Vendetta laughs at them. This all-terrain beast powers through anything with its rugged tyres and adaptive suspension, reaching speeds of 50 kilometers per hour. Controlled by a handheld remote, it gives you precision handling on dirt, gravel, or grass.
Shit, these are expensive. 5,990 Australian. What is that in CAD? Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, not really worth it if it's that much. That's ridiculously overpriced.
Is massaging all the pressure points of your spine. And also everything is made with bioceramics, which in its far...
Yeah, that's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, The Vegan Disease.
Thanks, Trumplamau.
.338 project is a statistical model of electoral projections. Oh. In all likelihood, people are gonna get exactly what they fucking asked for and more, which is just more liberal horse shit. Thanks for the donation I'm fucking bored.
The law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people, institutions, and sometimes entire nations.
So this is very Trump-esque, right? You're attacking, the Matrix, if you're a fucking Taint fan. The problem is that the women coming forward, do they have a motive? Do they have a financial motive? Are they being put up to this by the government, or do they come of their own free will? That's one of the reasons I don't like historical cases. In other words, the 99 allegation. When this comes public, guess what? Everybody in the woodwork, oh, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of that. And I really do think that to withstand a good cross-examination, there's got to be more to the allegation than just, you got to prove that you were with him, first of all. You can't just, and I wouldn't think that the police department would, or the CPS would bring forth charges if they couldn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's ethics.
That will not accept and tolerate levels of corruption that are unprecedented. I'm speaking particularly to those of you that are watching this in the UK. How do you feel about your legal system right now? How do you feel about some of the high-profile cases that are not being pursued and prosecuted? How do you feel that
Well, they didn't prosecute them. Does that mean that I'm not guilty? Fuck no, it doesn't. This attacking the system, is such a... he's not talking about the substance of the allegations, is he?
The Southport murders were handled. How do you feel about the government of Keir Starmer? Now, that's just sort of general context. I've always told you guys that when I was young and single, before I had my wife and family, who were just out of shot over there, my beautiful children, I was a fool, man. I was a fool before I lived in the light of the Lord. I was a drug addict, a sex addict, and an imbecile. But what I never was a rapist.
Yeah, that's not a good idea to say that. Huh. I was a drug addict and a sex addict, but I definitely didn't rape anybody. This guy is a fucking retard, dude.
I've never engaged in non-consensual activity. I pray that you can see that by looking in my eyes. I want to thank all of you for your continued...
You're a lying scumbag. I can tell by your eyes you're a liar.
support. I want to let you know that our show will be on Rumble on Monday. Thanks for your support there. And of course, I'm now going to have the opportunity to defend these charges in court, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. In the meantime, you lot, stay free, and we will be continuing to discuss this matter. Praise the Lord.
Okay, praise the Lord. Oh, I'm so glad that he got Jesus. One of the things that he did do, though, is he's made statements in the past, right? We'll get those. You know, just like Andrew Tate, I'm sorry, I mispronounced his name at first there. Mr. Tate has, he's got all kinds of public statements that he's made showing that what he's saying it just isn't true. I don't know what's out there for Russell Brand, but you know he's made public statements about X, Y, or Z, and we'll just have to see where it plays out. He's afforded the presumption of innocence, absolutely. The allegations against him must withstand scrutiny. They just, you know, this whole Me Too and I believe this first, bullshit. You know, we're presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the testimony has got to match, you know, reality and withstand scrutiny. And once it does, well, you know, it is what it is, right? And when you are looking at, you know, I'm guessing like 3 or 4, maybe 5 women. Let's see, how many counts were there? You got about 5 different counts, and I'm not sure if it's 5 different women or not. But the problem that he's going to have is that these women are going to get up and tell their story. He's going to have to refute every single one. And that's going to be days and days of testimony, heart-wrenching testimony. And guess what? They're going to cry. They're going to cry. And guess what? He may even cry. And so it's up to the, you know, prosecutor and up to his defense lawyer to make their case, right? In defending these kinds of cases, I went to a seminar, and this guy had this kind of paradigm of how you're supposed to look at these cases. So you always have the accuser, the perpetrator, and the rescuer, okay? Those are the 3 parties involved in one of these cases. The rescuer is always the jury. The trick is to make the defendant the victim and the accuser the perpetrator, and make the jury try to rescue your defendant or your client from the perpetrator.
Dodo, donate $2. Be honest, VG, are you just biased against Russell Brand because he is ex-vegan? I don't like him either, but is there hard evidence yet of him being a rapist? Also, you gotta play this game, imagine being live as humans, skim through. I am not playing that game. There was... Who put it out? There was actually a... There was a big article written about him and some of the rape and sexual assault allegations. And the journalist actually did get text message conversations from one of the alleged victims, and it's pretty damning. So she alleged that she went over to Russell Brand's house by herself. Russell ended up just grabbing her. She said no. He just continued anyway and raped her. And then afterwards, he started apologizing profusely. And he sent her a bunch of text messages, and it was bizarre. Basically, he just kept saying, "Oh, I'm sorry for everything. I didn't mean it to happen that way. I'm really sorry. Hope you're okay." Really weird. So there's a possibility she's lying, and there's different context behind those text messages, but very strange set of circumstances. And again, the guy himself admits he was a drug-addicted sex addict. So I don't think it takes a huge stretch of the imagination to assume this guy is a degenerate. And he could very well be capable of doing something like that if he's a drug-addicted sex addict. What a stupid fucking thing to say publicly. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, today at my work, a person I knew for over 2 years tried to offer me homemade beef jerky, and I told him no THX, I'm vegan, and he responded to how gays come out of the closet lol.
The obvious response to that is, you're the faggot who puts meat in his mouth. What a dipshit. Well, hopefully he dies when, Rona season comes along. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Yeah, you're right. He did it. I can also tell by your eyes, VG, that you high off your motherfucking ass off of heroin, codeine, morphine, saline, Janine, but not Jasmine, from class 1 to class alpha narcotic known to Martian. Get off the dope. Users are losers.
No, I'm enjoying heroin far too much. Thanks for the donation, the vegan disease.
This guy is blowing up debate. This fella, so many PPA agree with this sheesh.
Think of Trump, his economic plan makes complete sense.
Yes, that's why the White House can never give any explanation for why the tariffs are done in this particular way. They were never able to give any kind of rationalization for the tariff plan. And what Trump himself has said about the tariffs also doesn't make any sense. He keeps bringing up trade deficits. Any wealthy country is in all likelihood going to have a trade deficit because you're wealthier, so you're going to buy more than you... You're going to buy more goods than other countries buy from you just because you have more money.
The US has 36 trillion in debt. In 2025, they will spend 6 trillion, but will only collect 4 trillion in revenue. So they need to borrow 2 trillion, and this will increase their debt to 38 trillion. Trump's economic plan is based on 3 levers.
He's reducing tax revenue. So what the fuck are you talking about? He's raised the national debt more than any other fucking president in US history. He cut a bunch of taxes, never made up for it in any way. He's recently just fired off inspector generals and defunded the IRS, which means they're going to collect less revenue.
Number 1, cut expenses by 1 trillion, which is Doge, Elon Musk. He's targeting waste and...
He's not... Doge has done literally nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing. They fired off workers. That was found to be illegal. They have to rehire those workers. So, assuming none of those workers were rehired, Doge only saved about $4 billion. Now those workers have to be rehired because they can't do that. You need to do the shit through Congress. So he's actually lost money, not saved it. Because these workers were out of work. They were still getting paid while they're out of work. So it's done nothing. What? Who the fuck is this guy? Is he just some random dumbass? 150k followers. Do people think he's smart because he looks like a fucking dork?
Fraud, like social security payments for people who are 150 years old.
Wow, okay, this is just a Kool-Aid drinking moron. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I should clarify that what I mean by coming out of the closet is that he responded very positively and I even tensed up with adrenaline. He was basically like, oh okay, that's one more thing I know about you lol. He was a baby boomer and responded that way lol.
I'm confused. I don't know what the hell you mean. I should clarify that was I mean by coming out of the closet is that he responded very positively. What in the fuck kind of sentence is that? Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're saying, but thanks for the donation, Ben.
Perpetrator, the accuser. Okay? That's kind of how a defense lawyer is supposed to look at this kind of stuff, or at least I think. There was, in that same seminar, there was this black woman from Chicago. She was short, big hair. She all of a sudden had this booming voice, and she says, "What's the first thing you're going to worry about with a child witness?" And somebody yells out, "They're going to cry? They're going to cry?" And she says, "Of course they're going to cry. You ask them their fucking name, they're going to cry." And this is how she spoke. And it was just amazing. You know, she was tough, you know. She goes, "My worry is I'm not letting an 8-year-old kick my ass." When you are a defense lawyer, you got to look at it that way, you know.
No, haven't played Subnautica.
Whether, regardless of what kind of, if it's a murder case, a sex case, drug case, you know, you're not going to let that person get over on you. You know what I mean? And we don't win every case. Believe me, we don't win every case. Any lawyer that tells you they won every case, one of two things: either he's a liar or a pussy. One of the two, and that he's never tried a case. You know, you can say, you can have never tried a case and say, "I've never lost a case." I could say, "I've never lost a death penalty case." I can honestly say that. But you know what? I've never tried a death penalty case because I live in Minnesota. We don't have the death penalty here. These are very, very difficult cases to defend. And when you are on the hook for him, like he is, I mean, he just told you right off the bat, he was a drug addict and a sex addict. That's kind of some predisposition to some bad conduct. That opens the door for them to say other things about him, doesn't it? You know, yeah, he was on heroin. He doesn't remember what happened because he was all hagged out on heroin. And this is what he did to me while he was on heroin. And who's going to believe that he wasn't on heroin after he just told you he was a sex addict and a drug addict? So my hat goes off to the women who've come forward because it's not easy. And he talks a little bit about, you know, selective prosecution. Just because they don't charge something else doesn't mean that you're innocent or they're going after you because they did, you know, for political reasons. Although a prosecutor's office is by its nature political. You know, they want to be tough on crime, so they you know, the U.S. Attorney's Office has press releases all the time. And
I'm talking about me telling him that I'm vegan, and the right-wing baby boomer responded very positively when research shows that they have more anti-vegan bias. I wish that you could find another donation platform that gives more than 250 characters lol.
Oh. I see what you mean. Um... Give me a second. I might be able to increase the character count. What in the fuck? Why in the hell is this the stupidest fucking thing? I don't know if I can change the... Yeah, I don't know if I can change the word count. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
And so does your local DA's office. You know, we just caught Steve Bishakas, you know, with his hand up his grandmother's panties and film at 11, you know, whatever. You know, they do that all the time. You know, we have a big bust of drugs. And, you know, you've seen it where they have just the piles and piles of drugs and guns. So, did you want to say something?
Well, isn't it if someone's trying to charge you, then you move locations, they have to recharge you in a different district?
No.
Okay.
If you have anything wise to say, go to the toilet and say it in there and then come back. I'm just joking.
There are two Nicks, by the way.
Yeah. All right, so we'll wrap with this. Big burden. It's still beyond a reasonable doubt in England, and it's this is a big case. It's a big case for him. I mean, the most recent.
So Jordan Peterson being a retard again. Let's take a look.
Angeles for common sense cheered the demise of Justin Woke Trudeau. His resignation as Canadian Prime Minister marked the end of a disastrous period of his ultra-virtue signalling policies and cratering polls. Conservative Pierre Poilievre seemed almost certain of a landslide victory in the imminent election, but tariffs and talk of a 51st state have changed everything, and the Liberals have changed their leader. Mark Carney, the former Bank of England governor, is now a favourite to be Canada's next Prime Minister at the election, and one prominent Canadian star of the uncensored universe thinks that spells disaster, not just for Canada, but for us all. Dr. Jordan Peterson, author of the best-selling We Who Wrestle with God and co-founder of the Peterson Academy, rejoins me now. Jordan, great to see you again.
Hey, Piers. Nice to see you.
For those who haven't kept up with what's happening in Canada, just very quickly bring us up to speed, because it seemed a few months ago that Trudeau was going and there was no way in God's hell's chance of the Liberals winning the next election. in a few weeks because of the damage that Trudeau had done. But there's been a political change driven mainly, I think, from what's been happening in America.
Yeah, well, it's two factors, I would say. I mean, it's certainly the case that Canadians had decided after 10 years of Trudeau and absolutely dismal economic performance and an increasingly fractious and uncertain country, that the sunny days globalist liberals had had their run and deserved to be annihilated. And that's exactly what was going to happen. They were facing an electoral defeat so profound that they might have lost their official party status. And that was necessary. The West is divided against the East because of the West's dependence on fossil fuel, while the whole Canadian economy's dependence on fossil fuel, and the green liberals' insistence that that can't proceed and that somehow some new magical economy is going to emerge that will make everyone twice as rich and the air is stellar and clean. And well, and then two things happened. Trudeau resigned.
Jordan Peterson is a fucking retard. Reliance on fossil fuels is just stupid. You want to have alternative energy sources. It just makes practical sense, especially with the relationship that we have with other nations. Like, look what happened with Russia. Saudi Arabia isn't always friendly, and they could if they wanted. They could absolutely fuck up US oil producers and crash the market. So it just makes practical sense to have alternative energy sources. Like, Jordan Peterson's just a dumbass. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Democratic Party. As I mentioned earlier, I feel very strongly that the United States government should not give another nickel to the Netanyahu extremist government that has killed 50,000 people in Gaza, wounded over 110,000 people. All right, that's my view. You may disagree with me.
Yeah, you're a retard.
But you got AIPAC telling any Democrat who stands up to Netanyahu, guess what, we're going to primary you. We're going to spend millions of dollars to defeat you. So does it sound like we're living in a democracy?
Oh my God. Dumbass. I mean, yeah, like, that's the political system. You can give money to candidates that you support.
When Musk can intimidate any Republican, you stand up to me, we're going to primary you. We're going to defeat you. We got a corrupt campaign finance system influencing both political parties. So the average American says, yeah, I got one vote. And
what the fuck does AIPAC have to do with whether or not it's a good idea to support Israel? I've completely lost respect for Bernie. He's just a delusional idiot.
Musk can spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Is that a democracy? Why should I vote? And then Trump comes along and says, the whole system is broken. And I'm going to annihilate the whole system. Well, the system is broken. Our healthcare system is broken. No question about it. Our childcare system is broken. Our housing system is broken. Our campaign finance system is broken. Both political parties are dominated by big money interests. So,
yeah, Bernie's just a fucking dumbass, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And Trump started his saber rattling in the United States, particularly in relationship to Canada, although not uniquely. And Canadians have often united in the face of American expansionism. It's a historical trend, and it's also the case that Canadians have a proclivity to pride themselves on being morally superior to the United States, and any excuse is good enough to go down that road. And then the Liberals, also being relatively instrumental and canny, decided that they would install a new leader, coronate him, and now we have a prime minister who's only been selected by about 130,000 Canadians. And the real issue here is, Piers, I think that older Canadians who are likely to prefer Carney, believe that he's a return to the stability, let's say, of the period between, well, even the post-war period, but particularly between 1990 and 2010. You know, Carney's a banker. Canadians think he's pro-free market. They think that he's pro-industry.
Bro, he was the financial advisor or economic advisor for Trudeau. And I think he had the same job in the UK. And look at how the UK is doing. So, I have no faith in this guy. He just seems like a dipshit.
They think that he's a genuine, old-style, stable, conservative, liberal type. And he looks the part, and he plays that, and that's how he puts himself forward. But the problem with that, sir, is that Carney is seriously bad news. Despite his international cachet and his lengthy CV and his term as Bank of England governor, that's all impressed Canadians and made them believe on the face of his CV that he's a competent person. But a little bit of investigation into what he believes and the scope of the oncoming disaster makes itself clear. I mean, Carney believes that 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to remain in the ground. He believes that every single...
What in the fuck does he mean by that? There's enough fossil fuels in the ground to last for, like, what is the estimate? At least another 1,000 fucking years? How much fossil fuel is left? The world has proven reserves equivalent to 46.6 times its annual consumption levels. This means it has about 47 years of oil left at current consumption levels and excluding unproven reserves. Really? It's that little? So... what is this? World meters. Wait. Are they talking about oil that's in the ground, or are they talking about oil that is literally in reserve? Well, huh. Yeah, it's projected about another 50 years. Weird. I don't know where I got that idea from. I thought it was way, way longer. So this is only assuming known reserves, but yeah, they're all saying about 50 years. So by the time I'm 85-ish or 90, there won't be any fossil fuel left, presumably. So yeah, maybe it makes sense to transition to renewable energy.
financial decision.
Kid Boo donated $2. Everything that's black turns to shit. Stats are racist. What do you notice? Firearm homicide death rates by race. Yes. Black people kill each other at a much higher rate than white people. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
That every individual makes and every company should prioritize decarbonization over every other consideration, right? He was UN climate envoy, and he started a consortium of businesses that agreed really to be under the aegis of central planning because he believes the climate apocalypse narrative. And my sense is that that entire narrative, and I mean entire, is nothing but the use of provocative and ill-founded fear to exercise a level of control over people that, well, we'll find unimaginable if it ever manages to manifest itself. And it's economically devastating. I mean, your country's been devastated by the net zero idiocy, and one glance...
Dude, even Saudi Arabia is trying to transition its economy away from fossil fuels because they know it's not going to last. So within their own lifetime, most of these like Saudi Arabian billionaires, they know they're not going to be able to make money anymore from fossil fuels. So yeah, again, why in the fuck wouldn't you transition away from fossil fuels knowing in most people's lifetimes they're not going to be available anymore?
That Germany should convince anyone that that's a really bad path to walk down. And so Canadians are looking for security. They think that Carney's a 1990s guy like leaders that we have had before. And they really don't, they haven't done the...
Anon donate $2. Wow, Streamlabs is back. Nice. Also burp time, question mark. Do whatever the fuck you want, dude. Sure, send me whatever burps you want. Thanks for the donation, man.
Investigative work necessary to actually understand who this guy is.
So, Jordan, like I said at the start, the big issue, it seems to me, in terms of why Carney's getting more popular and why Polyev is not, is because of what's happening in America, and in particular, Donald Trump basically taking on Canada in a very aggressive way that many people think is completely ill-suited to the fact that Canada's always been a supportive neighbor. And just on that point, what do you think of what Trump has been saying about Canada in the last few weeks?
Well, it seems like it's part of whatever his broader strategy is on the tariff side, but it couldn't have possibly been more ill-timed from a Canadian perspective because, as you pointed out in your introduction, the Trudeau Liberals were headed for utter catastrophe, which was a fate they richly deserved. And now Canadians have united, and at least to some degree, and actually have started to understand, and maybe this is a salutary consequence of Trump's saber rattling, that maybe they have a country worth protecting, and that maybe our absolute dependence on the United States, which we've really fallen into, let's say in the last 30 years in particular, was a strategic error because it left us with no cards on the table. But at the same time, what's happened is that Canadians have decided that because of how Mark Carney presents himself, and because of his CV, his record, such as it is.
Anon donate $2. K, fine, I won't. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
That he's really the guy to deal with Trump. Now, Trump has already said publicly that he'd rather deal with a weak liberal than a strong conservative, speaking from his pro-American stance. But Canadians really...
Yeah, buddy, Trump has said a lot of things. He's also called Zelensky a dictator. He said Putin is a very smart man who wants to end the war. Who the fuck cares what Trump says? Trump is a fucking retard, and if you take anything he says seriously, you're retarded. Trump's views on Carney has nothing to do with whether or not Carney is competent. CDG donate chillers, what if we just go mostly nuclear? Well, that's what we should do. The problem with nuclear energy is that it's difficult to build power plants, mostly due to zoning laws. So they're not building enough plants, but yeah, ideally you would rely on nuclear energy. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
They haven't taken that to heart. You know, you can't overestimate the utility of looking the part. And Carney really is a master at that. And the Liberals, the Canadian Liberals, are a treacherous bunch. And they will say anything to get elected. Carney has convinced Canadians that he's going to put together an effective industrial policy. And this is something that I just can't understand. Like, I read his book, Values, twice. I really tried to understand it. And there isn't anything that Carney believes more deeply than that carbon dioxide is going to destroy the world. He staked his entire soul on that proposition. And now he's telling Canadians.
But VG Trump is a monster.
Yeah, he is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That he's going to be the leader to turn us back into an industrial dynamo, which is kind of a 1970s vision anyways. And Canadians are desperate to believe that. And then the Liberals have been extremely canny in leveraging that anti-American sentiment. And the Americans, insofar as they care about Canada, have been extremely blind and foolish in relationship to the consequences of their utterances. Like, I've used my connection network to find out what the hell is going on behind the scenes in DC. And it's pretty clear that...
Yeah, right. Uh-huh. Like, he is just such a liar. Yeah, I know people who work in the Oval Office, and I've been talking to them. Uh-huh. CDG donate $2. Hey, no, it's a big ass, but can we watch this new Jeffrey Verdi vid? It's 30 minutes, and they talk about main gaining versus bulking. It was kind of interesting. Can you just watch, give your commentary?
Cake and eat it too?
No. This is a boring video. They don't really say anything. They both admit that you make more gains with bulking, but they agree that you can maintain a leaner body fat percentage, but still make progress. It's just slower. It's nothing really nothing interesting about that video. Not worth watching. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
The demolition of the Canadian Conservatives is an unintended consequence of Trump's broader strategy. And so if he would have just held off for a couple of months, and that's obviously his decision, then he would have had a much more stable, reliable, productive, and intelligent country to the north. And now I'm not only afraid that Carney will win, Piers, and the polls, especially Polymarket, seem to indicate that at the moment. I don't actually believe that the country will stay intact with another 4 to 8 years of Liberal governance. I think the West will.
Even the Grinch from How the Grinch Stole Christmas would call him a bad guy.
Yes, he probably would. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think the West of Canada will decide that it's had enough. And certainly the Premier of Alberta, which is our oil-rich province, has been very, very forthright in her objection to everything Carney does. And, the minister who was responsible for energy policy under Trudeau was literally a climate activist from the time he was 5. And Carney, with his emphasis on decarbonization, couldn't be a worse enemy of really Canada's fundamental economic engine. And of course, now he's rebranded himself entirely. And as
I don't think Carney has actually expressed any interest to lower oil production. He just wants to fund renewable energy. So, again, I don't know why you would create an economy that relies on fossil fuels knowing they're going to be gone in the next 50 years.
I said, he looks the part. He looks every inch the part, and Canadians would like some stability and to move away from the narcissistic pretender who was our last leader, but they're not going to get what they bargained for.
The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. If Canada being the 51st state of the United States, I can't think of anything more guaranteed to rile most Canadians against an idea than that they would become a vassal state of the US. How damaging do you think that has been in making Canadians appreciate the real danger of the Liberals?
It's been very damaging, and this is especially true for older Canadians. There's a huge age divide in voting preference in Canada, and older Canadians who lived in a stellar period of Canadian history when all of our institutions were solid and reliable looked to Carney to restructure the country to return the country to its former, I wouldn't say glory, because glory isn't a Canadian concept, but productive, peaceful, predictable stability, that's not so bad, you know, and we had that for a long time.
Thanks for the membership, duly elected. Appreciate it. Have you tried using protein powder with enzymes such as prohydrolase for easy digestion? No, because that's stupid. Enzyme supplements are not going to help you digest food any easier unless you have something seriously wrong with you. So if you have like a damaged liver or pancreas, then you may need to take medications for that. But if you have a functioning liver and pancreas, taking an enzyme supplement is it's only gonna cause health problems. So no.
Time. And older Canadians believe that Carney will bring that back and that he can negotiate effectively with Trump. Younger Canadians aren't fundamentally concerned with Trump. They're fundamentally concerned with the fact that their economic future looks dismal. Like the projections are that Canada will be the worst performing economy in the developing world for the next 40 years. And that's definitely a liberal legacy. And the fact that we're utterly confused about how we're going to move forward on the basis of the economy that we have, which is not entirely a fossil fuel economy or resource economy, but in large part that means that there's no reason to assume that sunnier ways are coming our way. And young people are really concerned about that. That's their fundamental issue. Housing price acceleration, for example, which has made many Canadians under 40, let's say, despair of ever owning a house in a country that's got nothing but land to spare. And so the younger people aren't concerned about Trump and his saber rattling, but the older people are. And at the moment, that's enough to tilt the election quite heavily in Carney's favor. We're looking at a majority Liberal government at the moment, which is an absolute and utter reversal over the situation, you know, even a month and a half ago. And so Trump made at least from the Canadian perspective, he made a... Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was going to ask you about, because you've been pretty supportive of Donald Trump. This, though, has been a very damaging thing, I think, for what you would have preferred to happen in Canada. Looking at Trump's wider tariff war that he's now waging on, it seems, the entire planet. You know, some people, depending who you talk to, some people think, well, obviously this has to be done. It needs a radical new rethink. America's $37 trillion in debt. It's been losing manufacturing hand over fist, wiping out the middle class, and so on. You know, I can get the big picture argument Trump has been putting forward, but the way he's going about trying to achieve what he says he wants to achieve is being seen by many as incredibly destructive, almost certainly destined to fail. What do you think of it, Jordan? We've never seen anything quite like it, but what do you think of it?
Well, we haven't seen anything quite like Trump, and so this is par for the course as far as I'm concerned. My suspicions are that he's doing what he tends to do, which is to set the cat among the pigeons and see what the consequence is. He's certainly put the world, and not only Canada, the world on notice that things need to shift radically. And my suspicion is that what Trump is doing, I mean, I read an interesting article yesterday in Newsweek by Mark Joseph, and he claims, and he's reasonably well informed, that Trump does in fact want to shift the tax burden away from income tax to tariffs. And I don't know enough about economic history to be a judge of that policy. In principle, that worked 100 years ago. Does that mean it'll work again? I have no idea.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It never worked 100 years ago. Just shut your fucking mouth. You're a retard. Just be honest and say you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Tax is a great strategy for funding a country, and so, but that's a casual and idiotic opinion from someone who isn't informed in such matters. But it's certainly possible that that's part of what Trump is pursuing. Another real possibility is that he's doing his art of the deal work, and he's terrifying everyone into returning to the negotiating table so that he can make a better deal for the United States, and maybe particularly for the working and middle class that he really does seem to care about. And he's putting everyone on notice that the old order is done, and we're going to make some new negotiations. And again, I don't think I'm qualified enough on the political and economic front to judge the suitability of that approach. It certainly seems to have woken up Europe, and that's something to say because Europe's been asleep for a long time, and I can't say that I'm unhappy about that because Europe deserves to be woken up. And it is the case that the working class and the middle class in the United States has been hollowed out to some substantive degree, and people are unhappy about that. And it's going to take months or years to evaluate this particular strategy. Now, it's part of the art of the deal issue, though, as far as I'm concerned, is that Trump is thumping his chest and saying, we're going to take a new look at things, and I'm going to bloody well make sure that the U.S. comes out on top. And that's actually his job, and it's something...
Yes, that's why the stock market's crashing.
By the way, that we have been spectacularly bad at in Canada our industrial policy for the last 30 years, particularly the last 10, has been backward looking to a degree that's almost unimaginable. We've got no strategy for dealing with IP or data ownership, even though that's the entire new economy. And even if we turn back to an intelligent resource policy, that'll still mean that we're stuck in the 1970s. And so, well, that's a lot of complication. But
Sponsor block skips in video ad reads. 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 Retarded nigger.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
But I understand Trump's motivation, and he's certainly taken a radically pro-American stance, which is kind of what you'd want to see from a national leader. Now, I'm not very happy that it was ill-timed from a Canadian perspective, and the collateral damage is going to be immense. I also think, and I've tried to use my DC contacts to make this known, that the last thing Trump really needs is an international banker with WEF connections who is the UN Special Climate Envoy and who led 400 international companies down the primrose path to idiot net zero policies, maneuvering behind his back and trying to undo everything he's done, Trump's done, and trying to do, say, even on the climate and industry side, behind his back with his international connections. That was not well thought through. And certainly Pierre Poilievre is the person who's paying the price for that at the moment.
American homeowners are at risk of a growing real estate scam, which the FBI calls house stealing. This is how it works. How does Pierre Poilievre actually feel about this? Because he looked like he was on a certain pathway to become prime minister, and then bang, through no fault of his own, really, and certainly no great work by his opponent, but all because of what's been happening in the US, everything has completely changed. I would imagine he's feeling very frustrated, isn't he?
Well, I have had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Poilievre on multiple occasions, and you know, he never took his victory for granted. One of the things he insisted upon when he was speaking with me was that he was going to campaign continually until the election on the assumption that things could shift radically in a sideways direction, and that his apparent lead was not something he would rely on. And I think he has done that. And he's certainly not happy with what's happened on the Trump side. And that is but I mean, if you're going to be the leader of a country, then you're going to have to deal with the unexpected. And I think he's done a credible job of that. Part of Poilievre's problem, too, is that communication problem, let's say, is that the Canadian legacy media, particularly the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, very much similar to the BBC, is state-funded and very much inclined to favor the ever-ruling Liberals, particularly because Poilievre has threatened, and I think he means it, to defund the CBC, which is an institution that royally deserves being defunded. It's incompetent to the core. But Poilievre is having a hard time communicating with Canadians, especially older Canadians who tend to get their news from the CBC, let's say, and assume that it's reliable like it was 30 years ago. And so he's facing that as an obstacle as well. And then he's also facing the fact that it's a very deep temptation for Canadians to parade themselves as morally superior to the evil and unpredictable Yankees to the south. And certainly the Liberals have been capitalizing on that and terrifying people about Trump and telling everyone that our relationship with the U.S. is over, which is a preposterous claim in many ways, although Canada definitely needs to differentiate and make more sophisticated its economic structures. I mean, we're far too dependent on the Americans. And Trump is also, in some ways, to give the devil his due, pointing that out to Canadians. And one thing he said, and he said this to other countries in the world too, is that if you can't really bring anything to the negotiating table, if you have no real power, then why should we pay any attention to what it is that you are?
We've talked about Trump, but what do you make of Elon Musk and the whole Doge thing, but also the vicious reaction from the woke left, who, of course, originally had him as their green energy savior?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if half the money that the American government spent, the Canadian government as well, the British government, governments as such, is like utter waste. And worse than that, like positively counterproductive. And it's certainly the case that Musk is the kind of managerial businessman who's very detail-oriented. He's an engineer. Engineers...
Elon Musk is not an engineer. If he was, the Cybertruck wouldn't be as terrible as it is. They wouldn't have had to recall every fucking vehicle. Because, its fucking body panels were glued on improperly. I do not know of any other car manufacturer that has body panels that are glued on. And, Musk is losing money with almost every single one of his businesses, including Tesla right now. They're losing money. So, nope. That is just retarded nonsense. He just says things constantly that are untrue. And my brain is not working right now. Son of a bitch.
Good, that creep Musk deserves it.
He certainly does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude. How am I like this?
Israel emoji.
Oh, damn. Thanks for the big donation, DL. Really appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man. Bro. My blood sugar is like fucking nothing right now, and I can hardly fucking function. And goddamn, my neck is so tired, I can't like fucking keep my head up. Oh. Gotta dig deep. Bro. That fucking protein powder I got on Amazon, I don't even know if that's protein powder.
Know
Honestly.
how things work from the atoms up.
Holy shit, dude. What's the fucking brand? Yeah, this fucking shit. Dude. Never, ever, ever buy this protein powder. Holy shit. I've never had digestive issues like this. Eating this fucking, like eating protein powder. My asshole just hurts fucking constantly because this shit gives me like the most acidic fucking diarrhea I've ever had in my fucking life. I genuinely do not even know if this is actual protein powder. This may just be sawdust. I've had unflavored pea protein before. Never have I had this sort of fucking shit happen. I think this may in fact actually just be sawdust. Yeah, so fuck this shit. I ordered some other protein powder. It's stuff that I've had before. It's twice as expensive, but it's still not that expensive, and I know it doesn't fuck up my digestion like this, but oh my god, I'm never taking this horse shit again. That is so bad. If it wasn't shipped and sold by Amazon, it might be fake. I think it let me see. Well, even if it's shipped and sold by Amazon, it doesn't mean it's real. It says Amazon Choice. It says Amazon Choice. I don't know if it's shipped and sold by Amazon, though. Yeah, that is fucking terrible.
Upward. I have many engineers as friends, and I've watched them run companies, and the good ones know everything about how their enterprises operate, and they pay attention to every detail. And Musk is definitely one of those people, and we know that because he's done 5 impossible things at least, and then he bought Twitter and he cut its staff by 75% and made it work better, despite the fact that his advertising base collapsed. And he did that despite the fact as well that everyone thought it was a mad move, economically and practically. And so I think it's great that Musk and his team of brilliant.
They already have vegan whey protein.
Young engineers are going through the budget line by line, trying to figure out where all the idiot money goes. And I think the left is appalled by that because they've set up an entire network of so-called non-governmental agencies, organizations, NGOs, that are essentially funded by taxpayer money that run.
You ever taken fermented protein before? It gives you liquid shits at first, but then it goes away. I've been taking that for over a month. And I didn't have liquid shits at first. But then this new bag that I got, I started having highly, highly acidic diarrhea. So, yeah, fuck that garbage. I'm never taking that fucking horse shit again.
They're, quasi-criminal radical enterprises all around the world, and now the gravy train has ceased to operate. And so it's not surprising they're unhappy about that. But thank God for that, as far as I'm concerned, especially given the catastrophic levels of debt that the American government, Western governments everywhere are carrying. This is absolutely necessary. And for some reason, the left is skeptical of big business because they don't trust capitalists, even though capitalists have made the world wealthy and almost eradicated absolute poverty all around the world, especially since the Berlin Wall fell, and done that far more cleanly than socialist or communist governments everywhere by a huge amount. Apparently, the radicals think that big government is trustworthy, even though big is the problem. And they believe that because good-thinking moralists like themselves are in charge and have the wisdom and the intelligence, and this is also what Carney believes fervently, to believe that they could operate by central planning principles and make the world a much better place. And we know what happens when that happens, Piers. We know what's happened to Germany, where energy prices are 5 times what they should be, and they cause more pollution than they did 10 years ago before these idiot green policies were put in place. Then there's you characters in the UK, and you guys can't even make steel anymore. And if you think that's progress, well, then you deserve the poverty that's coming down the pipes at you very, very rapidly. And there's no evidence whatsoever that any of these policies...
Peterson's just blabbing nonsense.
Slightly to this Netflix drama phenomenon, Adolescence, which is really in your wheelhouse, I think, Jordan, because it follows a 13-year-old boy who's suspected of killing a young girl. And he's been adversely influenced, affected by what he's seen online, some pretty extreme stuff, a lot of misogyny. He's portrayed as a young incel and so on. There's now a move to have this series shown in schools. It's been a huge hit in the UK and America and everywhere else. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but
Yes, that's exactly what we need. We need more men being ashamed of being men. Yeah, teach boys that they're evil and horrible by nature, and that they should just be beta male fucking simps and constantly ashamed of their masculinity and sexuality.
You've probably seen the coverage of it. What do you make of the fact, A, that it's been so successful, and B, the premise behind it, that we're basically having an epidemic at the moment of young boys in particular, whose brains are getting scrambled by pretty vile stuff online?
Well, look, there is a crisis of youth, both among young men and young women. And with young men, it's a consequence of the fact that they've been programmatically demoralized for 60 years, I would say. Their play preferences in schools are not favored because boys tend to be more active, as they're taught that competition is wrong by utter fools.
Amazon's Choice? Everyone knows to stay away from those. They pay to get that label and push to front results. Are you new? Funny how you recommended that crap to someone in chat. No wonder we haven't seen him in a while. Maybe test before you buy. Lol.
I never recommended that protein powder. Somebody asked me what protein I'm taking right now, and I said what I'm taking right now. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
Fools who don't understand that peaceful competition in game-like settings is actually an advanced form of cooperation that socializes aggression. They've been taught that their ambition is nothing but a manifestation of the oppressive patriarchy. They've been taught that all of their attraction towards women is to be regarded with extreme skepticism because fundamentally they're nothing but, would-be rapists. And, that all has an effect. And I've seen that, and it's been painful to see. I've been struck to the core over the last 6 years as my influence has grown to see just exactly the scope of demoralization among young people. I'll talk about men first, all around the world. And also, Piers, hurt as well by the observation that many of these young men can be set right with not much more than some truly encouraging words. And, that exaggerates the pain because the problem is deep.
There he goes.
The
He's going to
solution isn't
cry.
that complex or difficult, and you don't need that much of it. And so, I warned back in 2016 about this assault on masculinity. I said,
He's
you
gonna
people,
cry.
you keep pushing, you're going to find out you think strong men are a problem. You wait till you produce weak men who are resentful and bitter because of their failure, and you're going to see real trouble. And you're going to see people turn, and this is happening to some degree because one of the most popular influencers in the world among young men is Andrew Tate. And I wouldn't hold out much hope for the West if Andrew Tate is the direction that young men go in, because he's a bad actor right to the core. But the thing about someone like him is that if you're weak, independent, and demoralized by your culture, let's say, and you've fallen into that isolated trap, someone blustery and successful on the surface and aggressive, and dominating in the power-mad way that Andrew Tate is going to look pretty damn attractive compared to your infantile dependency. And the other thing about that, Piers, is there's some truth in it, because it's actually better to be a bit of a monster than a complete bloody lamb and, a passive lamb. And this is why there's, I'll give you an example. So in The Lord of the Rings, for example, when the Hobbit, Bilbo, decides that he's going to stop being, hyper protected, the first thing he has to do is join this band of miscreants and become a bit of a thief. There's a bit of a darkness that has to be incorporated into men before they can mature, before they can stop being children. And there's different pathways that can take. And it can take that blustery, quasi-psychopathic route that characterizes people like Andrew Tate, and the hyper-masculinity that goes along with that. Or it can be truly civilized and socialized so that men can become civilized and staunch competitors who are moving forward implacably in the world. That's much more complicated to manage, right? Because that's the true path of civilization, the self-sacrificial path of true civilization, an alternative to mere utilization, let's say, of power or degeneration into hedonism. But we've decided in our culture that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and that everything about the patriarchy is pathological. And the consequence of that is that we're demoralizing young men. Now, that also turns out to be very bad for young women because they might even be in worse shape than young men. And so you get a show like Adolescence, and it does target in some way one element of the problem, although it's ill-formed in its psychological analysis, and there are much greater threats, let's say, to the integrity of British culture, as Kemi Badenoch pointed out this week, than what violent incel culture, of which really, Piers, there's pretty much none. Like, I'm not saying that isn't a lurking psychological danger, and I think the Andrew Tate phenomenon points to that. But you guys in the UK, and maybe everyone in the West more broadly, we have more serious things to consider than, conspiratorial incels. Even let's take the Muslim extremist front, shall we? Even countries like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have been insistently warning the West that the true danger from Islamism is going to come from Europe and the UK in the future, and not from places like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which have already become alert to the threat. And for those who, might want to call me racist for pointing such things out, it's like, well, the UAE and the Saudis, they know what they're talking about when it comes to such things. And so we could dispense with that right away. And Kemi Badenoch, I would say, put her finger on the true problem, or at least one of the true problems. Keir Starmer, he's just playing that typical leftist game, that it's toxic young masculinity, and particularly of the Caucasian version, which is really quite the insane claim. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not that it isn't a genuine issue. Some of these violent incels, there's already been at least 5 mass killings relatively recently, like in the last couple years, from incels. You had Elliot Rodger, there was that crazy fucking Mexican Nazi guy, that black Nazi, the dude who had a YouTube channel that reacted to me, who was a fan of wheat waffles, and I think there's like one other. So it's not like it's not an actual issue. But if you look at the rates of like Muslim extremism and not only the threat of, terrorist related mass killings, but just like the existential threat of Muslims gaining enough political power in Europe to fundamentally change the country and culture, that's a way bigger issue than incels.
Thing that young people should be taught more about, because obviously they're not demoralized enough yet. So that's what I think of adolescence. Jesus, talk about putting the cart before the horse. And it's exactly what you'd expect from the progressive playbook. It's like, we're going to double down on the incels. Well, why don't you give some thought to trying to figure out why they're so bloody isolated, why young men and women are so isolated from one another now that they don't even date. They don't drive. They don't drink. They don't go out. They don't date. They don't marry. Why is that? Well, how about 60 years of radically demoralizing, quasi-feminist, dimwit, hedonistic, leftist propaganda shoveled at them from great...
He really loves using all of these, like, just adjectives. Just shut up. You don't sound smart. I'm really not entirely sure why the dating culture is kind of the way it is, because, like, yeah, when you see figures like something like 45% of men are single and only like 10% of women or something.
Then how do you pray, Piers, that we defeat these evil Muslims, VG?
Yeah, by tightening immigration and eugenics. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, I think there very likely has been a culture change, and it's probably primarily driven by social media and dating apps. I think it's primarily social media. Women are just able to screen out more men. So you end up seeing women use social media like fucking crazy. They end up getting messaged by more men that they're actually interested in. And then they end up dating, you know, the top 10 or 20% of dudes that they'd prefer. And, all the other men just get shut out. So every time they see kind of like an average kind of dude, well, they have much better access to just men that they'd prefer to date. So better looking, higher income earners. And I think that's just created a winner takes all scenario where you just have, like, you know, you just have a disproportionate amount of women dating a few select amount of men, and they're just not willing to date down. It's not even dating down, it's just, if they think they can date a guy who's better looking and earns more money, then they're just going to hold out for that. So that's probably the primary factor that's driving, you know, this male loneliness epidemic thing where, like, men aren't dating and they're all virgins or some shit like that. It's probably primarily social media and also to some degree just online dating apps.
Grade 1 all the way through university. And of course they're going to turn to figures like Andrew Tate in their desperation. But, you know, you might as well do a causal analysis and try to figure out why they're so bloody demoralized to begin with. And I would say I actually know something about that, because I think I've talked to more demoralized young people in the last 10 years than anybody on the planet. And I've watched and seen what works. And more demoralization is not the answer, you know. And there's something remarkable about well-socialized masculinity. You know, one of the things I learned, for example, when I was writing my last book, one of the things I analyzed was the symbolic use of the figure of the shepherd in the biblical corpus, right? Because the shepherd figures large both in the Old Testament and in the New. And the reason for that is because the shepherd is a very good symbol of well-socialized, ordinary masculinity. So shepherds in the ancient Middle East had to live by their own wits, right, in the wilderness. And so they were tough guys, and they had to keep the wolves and the lions at bay with pretty primitive weapons, as exemplified in the story of Moses and in the story of David, for example. But at the same time, they had to protect the most vulnerable, right? And lamb is a pretty good example of, you know, something vulnerable and edible, especially by monsters. And so the model for masculinity, the biblical model for masculinity, at least in part, is tough enough to keep the bloody wolves and the lions at bay. And what would you say?
You want a husband? A wife? Listen to me. Jordan P. Peterson. Drink alcohol and risk cirrhosis of the liver and hepatitis. Risk committing beer-fueled domestic violence or even better, sexual assault. You can thank Jordan. I'll be at the wedding, Peterson.
I don't think Jordan's ever promoted alcohol. I think you're mixing him up with that other dude who was bald, who said people need to go out and drink more. Thanks for the donation, though, Lacey Ketamine. Hexacorn donated $2.
That term is a marketing propaganda term whose basic meaning is confusion, because it mixes up two different kinds of things, which for our understanding are totally different and must never be mixed up together. I define intelligence as the ability to know and understand things, perhaps within some limited domain. And there are artificial systems which can know things and understand things, and I think it's proper to call them artificial intelligence. But they don't include the programs people are usually talking about. People are usually talking about large language models. And those are not intelligence because they can't know anything and they can't understand anything. They have no means to understand anything. We know how they work. They do not understand the semantics of the text that they play with. All they can do is play with text. They look at lots of text, they say, what word probably would come next? I'll try that one. That's how much they understand the text that they generate.
That is a type of intelligence. They just lack semantic understanding. I think this guy is very ignorant about philosophy.
So they are not artificial intelligence. And this is a very important point. It's the most important point about them.
Yeah, I don't think that guy has enough, understanding of philosophy to argue the point he's trying to make. Thanks for the donation, though, Hexacorn.
That vegan diet is catching up to you. You don't look well and sound dumb as a bear.
I think I've been looking pretty damn well. Today isn't a great day, but I think I've been looking pretty good lately. Thanks for the donation, Meat Skeet.
Resourceful enough to survive on your own and then devoted to caring for the most vulnerable. And that's a pretty damn good model, and it's certainly exemplified, well, of course, by the figure of Christ in the New Testament, who's meta-shepherd, you might say, and capable of keeping the worst evils at bay while simultaneously serving the most alienated and vulnerable. And that's the right model for masculinity. And if you don't think that exists, well, you're definitely part of the problem and not part of the solution. And maybe you're a woman who's been damaged by men who've entered into your life who are radically immature or mad users of power. And that's really sad. And there's plenty of that too. But that doesn't mean that at its core, there's something pathological about masculinity. And it certainly doesn't mean that the radical leftist proclivity to describe everything as an oppressive patriarchy and to make men weak is doing anything other than hurting young people right to the core. And Starmer's posturing with regards to adolescence is only going to make that worse. It's bad psychology, and it's not only that, it's also oriented not to help young people, but to make Mr. Starmer feel a hell of a lot more secure in the idiot presumptions of his dimwit progressivism. So, and that's really the fundamental aim. It's like, how can we show we're right? And if we have to burn some young people on the pyre to make sure that our moral presuppositions can remain intact and our faith in our idiocy remains unchallenged, then we might as well teach kids using a Netflix series on adolescence. Jesus, brutal, pathetic, to the core. This terrible moral posturing. That's, I think, the most pathological element of our age. How can we garner as much undeserved moral credit as we possibly can? Well, we'll stand up against toxic masculinity and we'll worship the planet. God, it's so appalling, so destructive. And the evidence is also in Piers. It's like, look at Germany, for God's sake. What a mess. And you guys in the UK, you're not much better. And we're walking down the same road in Canada. So Western Europe as a whole, I've gone through Eastern Europe many times now. I've talked to many Eastern Europeans there, and they're appalled at what's happening in the West, and they're rightly so. It's all part of the same mess that Starmer's still pushing. race to the bottom. Christ. Yeah. Yeah.
Jordan, I'm always struck by how emotional you get when you talk specifically, and this has happened a few times when I talk to you, I think when your mind takes you specifically to young men who've come and told you what they've been going through. And it's almost like you've become a surrogate dad to
He's about to cry.
I don't know, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of young
Look at
men
him.
who, for whatever reason, have been lost and feel lost
He's
and feel
about to
abandoned
cry.
and feel
Well, they've been
confused and don't have anyone to try and steer them to some better place. Why does it affect you so emotionally, that?
Well, Piers, before my public presence emerged, let's say, or developed, I worked as a clinical psychologist, and that was pretty intense. I spent about 13 hours a week.
Vegan Runner told me you like burps. Enjoy, scumbag.
Ever wondered how the pros test web security? Enter Burp Suite, the leading toolkit for web application security testing. With its array of tools, Burp Suite lets you probe, poke, and prod web applications to uncover potential vulnerabilities. Its spider tool maps out the application, capturing details of its structure, functionality, and pages. Then there's the Intruder, which automates custom attacks, testing thousands of parameters for weaknesses, making sure no stone is left unturned. The Repeater tool aids in the manual testing process, allowing you to reissue requests and analyze responses. And let's not forget the Sequencer, analyzing the randomness of session tokens, a crucial element in maintaining session security. Burp Suite is like a Swiss Army knife, a comprehensive tool for any web security tester or ethical hacker. Remember, in the world of web security, knowledge is power. Stay in.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Marin Blue. Dodo donate $2. Wow, Jordan Peterson is right about something for once. All of this demonization of masculinity has to stop. Yep. Definitely does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Big up VG, I seen a lot of your videos and it resonated with me. I went vegan for a month and the only major setback was my digestive system. I had constant diarrhea. Do you have any advice, because overall I felt better but the bowel movements were tough?
Were you eating a stupid diet where you were practically only eating fruits? Like if you have a very radical dietary change like that where you just start getting like the majority of calories from one particular food you're not used to eating, then I could see that happening. But if you're just eating a more normal mixed diet, and especially if you eat foods that are kind of known to be fairly easy on your digestive system, so like rice and potatoes, if that's like your big staple food, then you shouldn't end up getting diarrhea like that. So I would just plan out the diet in maybe a more sensible way where you use things like rice, potatoes, grains, so like bread as a staple food, and then just eat, some amount of fruit, some amount of vegetables, and just have some, protein sources. So like tofu, you can eat mock meats, and you can have some protein powder. But, well, chances are you wouldn't get diarrhea from eating more fiber because it tends to create larger bowel masses. Things clump up. So fiber doesn't usually cause diarrhea. It usually just makes your bowel masses much larger. So it sounds like you were likely eating some weird foods you weren't used to. So, I know I've talked to people who've eaten like almost all fruit, and they weren't even eating fruits that were particularly high in fiber. So like grapes, they were eating just a large amount of fucking grapes. And stuff like that gave them diarrhea. But again, if you just eat a more sensible, balanced diet and you choose foods that are known to be particularly easy on your digestive system, so like rice and potatoes, or just bread, you should be fine. Thanks for the donation, though, Andy.
Maybe more than that, listening to people at a very deep level. I really liked that. It was unbelievably interesting. You know, it was like one Dostoevskian novel after another, hour by hour. And I really learned to listen. You know, and people are so fascinating if you listen to them and they actually...
Listening is for women. You should just, jerk off, watch porn, smoke cigarettes, tell everybody to fuck off. Don't be gay.
Start to tell you what they think. You know, they're unbearably interesting. It's just partly why people keep the conversations at a shallow, and polite level. And it's not surprising. But I like to go deeper than that. And that was kind of bounded when I was doing my clinical practice. You know, it was a set number of hours a week. And I had many other things to occupy myself with. But then when the work I was doing started to explode, I was in contact with thousands of people, not individuals. And they talked to me. And I could see this demoralization, and it's part of fatherlessness, broadly speaking, and sometimes specifically. And I could see the pathway to rectifying that. Like the pathway to rectifying that, as far as I've been able to understand, and I've understood this more deeply as the years have gone by, is that we're built for adventure, Piers, and you take on adventure by taking on maximal responsibility, and that's the symbol of hoisting your cross, fall.
But VG, I like being gay.
Well, that's fine then. I'll give you a pass. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Voluntarily and trudging up the hill, right? And that's the symbol upon which our society is founded. And the adventure of life justifies its suffering, and it's maximized with maximal responsibility. And it's maximized with truth, because if you tell the truth...
Dude, does this... I swear... He must cry on an almost daily basis. That is so fucking weird.
What should happen as a consequence of the truth makes itself manifest in the world. And that's the best possible outcome. But it's also the most adventurous thing that you can do, the most exciting thing you can do, hands down. There's nothing that compares to it. That pathway of maximal responsibility, voluntary responsibility, and truth. And I understand that deeply at a religious level. I understand that that's the symbolic world on which our productive and peaceful culture was properly founded. And I've seen the effect of communicating that to people, thousands of people. And it's a great privilege to serve that role, but it's also overwhelming. I think it is one of the things that made me...
Dude, what a faggot. Look at him crying like a little bitch. Sadie N-word donated $2. Oh. Oh my god, that's so adorable. Oh. It's a little dog lobster. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my goodness, that is so nice. Look at that. Oh my goodness, that's great. Oh, I love Chihuahuas. They're so cute. All right. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Yes, get your baby. Get your baby. Get your baby. Get your baby. Get him. Yes, get your baby. That's right, grab your baby. Oh. Oh. Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
I was ill for quite a long time. And I think that that was part of the reason, just seeing this, like this malaise so deep. And it's also so easily addressed in a sense. You know, it's that paradoxical combination of depth of suffering and ease of rectification. You know, and I kind of understood what the conservatives have done wrong all along. You know, they tend to moralize in a finger-wagging way. You know, you should do this, you should do that. And there's truth in that.
Oh my god. So, here's what conservatives do. They are selfish, greedy, just fucking assholes who want to fuck everyone else over. And the way they do that is by moralizing. So they want to do things like lower the top marginal tax rate so that they can make more money, so that businesses and shit they have can make more money. They want to get rid of corporate taxes. They want to get rid of social benefits, so like social health care, public schools, you name it. They want to privatize everything because it's a way of making them more money and fucking everyone over. They also like often try to get rid of workers' unions. Like, they're just awful people. And the way they justify this is by moralizing. So they'll tell you, oh, you want like somebody to steal your money from you? Is that what you want? Do you think it's fair that because you make more money, that more money gets stolen from you? Oh, look at how all these social programs are fraught with waste. Do you want your money to be forcefully taken away from you by the government? And then that money's wasted? Is that fair? Don't you think it's more fair that like everybody just pays for what they need? Why do we need these social programs that you don't even use but you're paying into? Isn't that ridiculous? They'll do shit like that. Another tactic they'll use is they'll claim, oh, people function much better when, you know, they're responsible for their own choices and the government stays out of it. So they'll bring up like China or Russia. Like, oh, well, look at communist China or the Soviet Union. Like, these are planned economies where the government micromanages absolutely everything, and then you have no economic growth and everybody starves to death. And then they'll say, well, the counterfactual to that is like totally open, free market, the government never intervenes. So obviously that's a better way of living because everyone gets more wealthy, because people just make sound, rational choices for themselves. So why do you need the government telling you how you should spend your money and taking a big chunk of your paycheck away when you're smarter than the government? You can use your money in the best way that benefits you. The government should stay out of it. That's what they do to take away all the social programs you need. And that's a way for them to ensure that they can fucking steal wealth away from you by paying lower marginal tax rates and lowering corporate taxes. That's why they do the moralizing. It's not because they actually believe any of this horse shit. It's to gaslight you into, one, giving up all these social programs that benefit you, and two, allowing the rich and large corporations stealing your fucking wealth by not paying fucking taxes. Peterson is such an idiot.
Why are you pro-Israel? The poor Palestinians are the victims. They just want to paraglide into music festivals and carry out mass shootings. It's like a country full of Stephen Paddocks. Tell me, Richard, how does it feel to support genocide of Paddocks?
I am fully in support of genociding people that want to commit mass shootings at music festivals. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Scum.
You know, that imposition of mature structure on immature hedonism and disunion and disorientation. But it's much better to talk to young people about morality and truth as an adventure than as a moral burden, as something that enlightens and offers opportunity, which it absolutely 100% does. I've had so many young men come to me, I don't know how many, but there's thousands of them, like it's continual, who say, you know, I was completely disoriented and lost 5 years ago. You know, I started putting my world in order a little bit, making my bed, you know, in that cliched way. At least it's a gesture in the right bloody direction, trying to tell the truth, because now I understand that that's necessary, trying to act responsibly, and like my life is completely turned around. And you know, these are guys who are usually standing up straight, and they have a girlfriend, and maybe they have a baby, and maybe they're married, and you know, they were bloody suicidal wrecks 5 years ago. And so, you know, great. And as I've delved into that, you know, I've started to understand more deeply why this works. And it does work because this pattern of voluntary self-sacrifice, that service to the truth, service to your wife, to your kids, to the future, to your community.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson is in service to anything but the fucking truth. This guy is a fucking retard. Even when he tries to tell the truth, he fails because he's too stupid to know what the truth is.
All of that is what makes your life rich and meaningful, because your self-regard and the significance of your existence is obviously proportional to the burden that you're willing to uphold. You know, and that's the symbol that underlies Western culture. And I'm trying to teach people what that means. You know, the alternative is something like power and compulsion, or this idiot hedonism that, you know, certainly does no one any good. And well, it's overwhelming, I suppose. The magnitude of it, I suppose, is what's overwhelming, but also that paradoxical juxtaposition of depth of suffering and relative ease of rectification. You know, these things are so obvious when you lay them out. It's like, who do you admire? You admire some power-mad hedonist? Well, that would be Andrew Tate. Or do you admire someone who's taken on some responsibility? Like, your natural proclivity in a healthy psyche is to admire the shepherd, let's say, you know, and not the goddamn tyrant, and not the hedonist who lives for the immediate pleasure driven by his whims. No one. It's hard for me to imagine to understand how we've forgotten these things. I guess that's part of the religious, what would you say, the degeneration of the religious substrate in the West. We've forgotten what our symbols mean. And the thing is, Piers, they mean something. You know, there's something I've really figured out.
They mean nothing. Religion's for stupid people.
We put the crucifix, for example, at the center of our churches, and we put the churches at the centers of our towns. Particularly, that's a European thing.
There's churches fucking everywhere, dude. They're not at the center of town.
And the reason for that is because we long ago understood that the proper foundation of the world is voluntary self-sacrifice.
No, they put the churches at the center of town so that they're roughly an equal distance from most people, so it's easier for people to travel to the church, dipshit.
Sacrifice upward. And that's true. It's absolutely true. And if you understand that truth, your life becomes meaningful, even in its suffering, and you set things right around you. And everyone has to remember that in the West. We have to remember that. We have to relearn that. We're going to be weak in the face of Islamism, for example. We're going to be weak in the face of progressivism and nihilism and despair. And we are already.
Yes, nihilism. The guy who doesn't even understand what nihilism is afraid of it.
And it's because we've forgotten the deepest things, not only the deepest things that we knew, but the very things that the best countries in the world have been founded on. And you might say, well, what do you mean by best? It's like, how about the countries that the miserable and oppressed flee to voluntarily? How's that a definition for best? And if you think that those countries existed independent of their Judeo-Christian foundation, you don't know anything. You don't know anything, and you're a danger. So, yeah. So that's what I...
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Hi.
Just muting this. That's not nice to scare your pets.
Yes, young men finally straightened up after cleaning their room and getting some pussy and got the demon seed out. It will make you think clearly for a change. That nigger look like he finna blow up. I bet you he put a tack in his shoe. Cry baby cry.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Lacey Ketamine. Wow. Oh. Oh no. Oh, cat wet. Oh no. Oh. Wow. These are very pretty kitties. Want you nice blap? Oh. I really love cats.
Don't even know what that is. Why are you trying to eat it? Give it to me. It's my ice cream.
I guess hungry?
Beefy. I'll give you a piece.
I was chopping up tofu and Gummy tried to steal a slice of tofu. Those cats are funny. Just screaming for food. Yeah, China's pretty racist. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
I've been touring around Jordan for like 8 years.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I wanted to end by mentioning two things, which really, in a way, you've kind of talked about without actually specifying them. One is your tour, where you've been doing a lot of this very emotive talking, very heart-rending talking. The tour comes to Europe in May and the UK June 12th to the 19th. And you've also had the Peterson Academy, which goes...
Peterson Academy is such a fucking scam. Let's see.
That's why additional tariffs on Chinese goods are in place effective midnight tonight at 104%. Until they make a deal with us, that's what it's going to be. I think they'll make a deal at some point. China will... They want to make a deal. They really do. They want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get it started because they're proud people. China will now pay a big number to our Treasury. This is all taxes. And don't let them keep telling you that this is a tax on our people. I hate that. You know, they say it's a tax. No. Often, much of it is paid. And hey, look what happened during my first term. We had no inflation, and yet I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from...
What does he mean by no inflation? There is obviously inflation. You're always going to have inflation.
China. No other president got 10 cents in tariffs or taxes from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. And I still got along with them. Because they understood what they were doing was wrong. They understood it.
Did you hear what Trump just said? China will now pay a big number to our treasury. Don't let them keep telling you that this is a big tax on our people. I hate that. He probably hates that because it is literally the truth. I'm going to make this as simple as humanly possible. Tariffs are a tax imposed not on a foreign country, but on an importing company, meaning American. My name is Brian. You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, as we all know, Donald Trump suffered a major defeat at the hands of a federal trial court when they pushed back on Trump's ability to be able to fire probationary employees. That was a big win in pushing back against this administration. Trump obviously appealed that issue up to the appeals court. We now have an update on that. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, we do, Brian. It looks like the probationary employees were on the losing end of today's development because what happened was a lower court decided that these were unlawful terminations by the Trump administration and issued a preliminary injunction saying the federal government must rehire, must restore these wrongfully terminated employees to their previous jobs. Well, Brian, today, by a 2-1 split, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals decided to just throw out that preliminary injunction directing that these terminated federal government employees be restated to their old jobs. Here is what they said. They said, listen, we're not ruling on whether the Trump administration lawfully or unlawfully terminated these employees. And I'll tell you, Brian, by all accounts and in courts across the land, it sure seems like, even if only based on preliminary rulings, that these were unlawful terminations. But that wasn't the basis of today's ruling by the Fourth Circuit. They said, look, 19 states in the District of Columbia brought this suit, and we don't think the courts have jurisdiction because we don't think the states have standing to bring these challenges against the terminations. So,
just following up from my last donation about the terrible digestive system. I don't eat fruit at all, and before I went vegan I had an awful diet of terrible junk food. I think maybe it shocked my system. Would that cause it?
Yeah, if you're used to eating a lot of really shitty processed foods and you clean up your diet, then yes, that could certainly cause digestive upset. I think you just have to So again, I think what you should probably do is just stick to foods that are probably a bit easier on your digestive system. So like beans, rice, or sorry, not beans, potatoes and rice as like your staple foods. And try having some tofu and mock meat as like your primary sources of protein, and then add in some fruits and vegetables and see how that goes. But yeah, just try to stick to eating primarily foods that aren't going to trigger like diarrhea. So rice, potatoes, bread is also good. You can add some hummus onto your bread. And you could also just make some sandwiches with like, vegan deli slices. And see how that goes. Thanks for the donation, though, Andy. Kid Boo, $22, this Negro spitting facts. Kevin Gates says he doesn't chase women who don't want him. I don't want anything that doesn't want me. That is pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
it really is a technical ruling. It is a win of sorts for the Trump administration and a loss, at least at the moment, for the wrongfully terminated employees. But, you know, there's some good news out there, even though this is a disheartening opinion, a dispiriting opinion, because those employees were in the process of being rehired. I'll tell you, Brian, these federal government employees are on one hell of a roller coaster ride. Their salaries hang in the balance. The health care for themselves and their families hang in the balance. But there is good news, because there are other cases in the system that continue to move forward. Yes, this one looks like there may be a jurisdictional issue because the states might not have been entitled to bring this suit. However, the appeals court said, even though we are throwing out the lower court preliminary injunction, the order to rehire these employees, the case will still continue and we will still fully litigate whether the states have.
Seriously, fuck the Democrats. Fuck Obama. Fuck Hill Dog. Fuck laughing Kamala Harris. Trump is our way out of this. The globalists are scum. I have the documents.
People are so evil. Why can't America wake up and beat them? Donald Trump's not perfect, but he doesn't want to hurt you and your family. Hillary and Obama want to make you poor and pathetic. We have all their white papers. They hate you. They hate prosperity. They hate God. They hate children. And goddamn them now. We're going to find the lever to beat these people, and they're going to be beat. Look at her shark face. Have to look at her with that demon face. That's a frickin' demon. We're going to have President Linda Blair, people, and I'm not going to go along with it.
Oh, he's so insane. Alex Jones is fucking hilarious. I love the pickle video.
Here it is. That's not how you open a can of pickles. There's no pop when she opens it. Pop. You pop them open. You pop them open. You pop them, pop, 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 pop them. You don't turn them like it's peanut butter or jelly or something. Can we zoom in on this? You have to pop it, ladies and gentlemen. You have to pop it. Pop. It's popped. It's vacuum sealed. It's vacuum sealed. Pop, pop. You open it by pressuring down and popping. Look at that. I can't even really get it open because my hands are wet. Good God. I can't even open this. This is real. This is really happening. I can't even open this. Worked up a sweat there. I couldn't open it.
What a fucking weirdo.
I am haunted by the image of Alex Jones staring down with a defeated look in his eyes, looking down at a jar of pickles. He tried.
Demon cunt donate $2. Hey, suck my dick. Lower your minimum donation to $2 or fuck yourself. Made 2K doing D2D. So fuck you. It's the best industry ever. The minimum donation is $2. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. Ben Boy donated $2. I bought this vacuum recently. Thoughts? Did I waste my money? Give me a second. Well, I'm not exactly a vacuum expert, but this literally just looks like a shop vac. Yeah, the only difference is it has bristles. $1,200 suction power. That doesn't make any sense. 1,200 watts, just... I don't know what they mean by that. I don't know if they mean that's how much power it draws from the wall. I don't know if that's the power of the motor. I don't know how they're calculating 1,200 watts. Isn't there a way of, like... Don't they calculate suction by, like, PSI or something? Yeah, I have no idea if that's a good vacuum. It's $800 fucking dollars. That's expensive. I really don't know if that's a good vacuum or not, but the description is very strange and I don't know what they mean. Which is usually not a good sign. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
Thank you, VG. I appreciate it. Thumbs up emoji.
Well, no problem, dude. Thanks for the donation, Andy. Alex Truth donated $2. This rant is so good. I know we've seen it, but it's always worth another watch.
And when you reach the point where the whole top echelon is crooks are on the take and nobody can bust anybody, you know, low-level crooks are like, hey, you're running child kidnapping rings. I don't support that. Well, really? If you talk about it, we'll talk about you taking drug money. I guess I'll shut up. That's right. You will shut up. And so why not take the veterans' death benefits 12 years ago? Why not 2 weeks ago, the announcement came out, they've raided all the federal pension funds. You got IOUs now. You're never going to get any of it. If you do, it'll be devalued. Why not? They're going to take it from you, too. They don't care. They don't care if there's hundreds of reactors built 40 years ago rotting and releasing radioactive gas. The elites just are crazy. They just don't care anymore. They've got a total laissez-faire attitude, and they're just partying and mistresses and snuff films and whatever they're into, and they don't care. Might as well have the devil driving a runaway train. I mean, that's basically what it is. And all the average feds care about is dressing up in black uniforms and having mustaches and staring at people. They've all got mustaches and they bug their eyes out at you and think they scare you. And you just look like an absolute clown freak that works for murdering terrorists that jack our food and water. I think you're a big joke. That's what I think you are, murdering scum. And those of you that serve the system are murdering scum. All of you. You're all aid and abet murdering scum that says they'll secretly arrest citizens in army bases all over the world, raping children with battery acid, Army's own report. You support raping children with battery acid, with giant objects. That's in the Army report. If you don't speak out against it, if you don't go out against it, if you don't stand up against it, you support it. You support it. You support it. You are now child killers, child torturers. You are now aiding and abetting it. You are literally going to hell in a handbasket. Repent now. Repent now. I know your mustache is cool. You got little gold frame glasses. You scare me so bad. Oh, you scum. Scum. All right, I'm going to stop right there. Oh, it makes me sick, and I'm going to have to watch them when they blow up some federal buildings, prance around the very murderers as my savior, and all the cowards out there begging the government to give them proctology exams on the side of the highway. What's driving me crazy is that photo right there. Zoom in on that. It's one of those cops in a black uniform with a mustache. You know that guy's a coward. You know he's a piece of garbage. You know he's weak. Oh, he'd love it. Those are the type of people that go to the cops in Oklahoma and say, "We'll kill your wives if you expose we did this." And the cops all just roll over to it. "Oh, you got a mustache. I'll just worship you. Oh, you got a mustache. It's okay." Oh, your demonic little mustaches. Nothing against mustaches. Just all these cops are little homoerotic gang of mustaches. All right, let's go ahead and go to, oh man, Sean in Maine. There isn't no radio network running to lay on me, folks. This is all real and live. I'm red-blooded.
Dude, what's bizarre is people watch him unironically.
Lamau, check that out.
What is the dirtiest country in the world?
India?
It's not India. That's a good guess, though. Give me one more guess.
It's definitely India. What kind of name?
Oh, that's good.
Names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Lard Butt, Wally the Whale.
Porky, Hog, Fat Ass, Double Y.
This was an Onion skit.
Butterball, those sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I'm a stand-up comedian.
What's your body count? Whatever you think it is. 3. Only 3? That's all. Only 3? Only 3. Okay, what are you thinking it is? What do you think I'm asking?
How many people I killed?
I read today about a 10-year-old.
Oh, that's so good. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
A girl with Down syndrome who was taken from her mother and put in a cage. I read about did you say want to a 10-year-old with Down syndrome?
Oh, we're so sorry to hear about your brother that passed away. He gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 Boom!
Oh, those were really fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
I hate murderers. All right. What's that word? Sean in Maine. Go ahead. Shane!
Hi, how you doing?
I'm sick of it! Murdering terrorists are everywhere! I want them out of my life!
I'm kind of sick of it, too. I'm a recent Glenn Beck convert. I enrolled in your prison war and dumped Beck and the other corporate heads behind. And I kind of had 2 quick questions for you. I think I'm going to skip the one because you seem kind of wound up today. So, my question really is, it seems like they're setting people up to fight, and they want them to fight. They want them out in the streets so then they can take control. But my real question is, do you think that they may bite off more than they can chew? Or do you think that...
No, they're going to sit offshore. The cops are going to bite off more than they can chew, but they're dumb cannon fodder, according to Henry Kissinger, and they like it. They'll all bite off more than they can chew, but they don't care. All they care about is ego. They like walking around and people being scared of them. They like shooting their kids up with mercury. They like CPS taking people's kids, no due process. They like violating the law. So they're going to have it violated on them. And, of course, the whole plan of the New World Order is to bite off more than they can chew. And then get humanity in such a crisis that they can then prance around as the saviors to take even more freedom and consolidate even more power. Oh.
So then do you feel that even if we would manage to push back the technocrat-equipped brown shirts, that the UN would just swoop in and there's just really not much hope of fighting this back?
Well, just know this. It's public plan now to use UN forces and Mexican and Canadian troops during, quote, battles with extremists.
Welcome back.
Dodo donate $2.
Or otherwise in Russia.
I don't know anything about Russia, I swear to you. Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, 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 Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. I knew nothing about it. The great Hannibal Lecter. The late great Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. He's a fictional character. He's actually not. What? I go up, I make speeches about eggs all the time. What's going on with eggs? Tell me. You have all the eggs you want. Eggs all over the place. Egg prices. Egg prices. Egg prices. Prices of eggs. And eggs. 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 I came in eggs. Wind. Oh. Wind. You want to see a bird cemetery? Walk under a windmill. 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 Anybody have a windmill? Kills all your birds. Birds all over the place. They're screaming for help. They got whacked. If you call a young woman beautiful, that's the end of your career. But what the hell? She was beautiful. They're off the rock and just crooked Adam shift. Sure, I gotta get a little bit more. Click, 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 click. Stop showboating.
It's insane
We went all
that this guy is the fucking U.S. president. Like, just an insane whack job.
the way to Florida, to the Gulf of America, to ask some of Trump's bigliest fans what they think about the Department of Education.
One thing that Trump wants to get rid of is the Department of Education. Do you support that?
Yeah.
Have you heard about Trump wanting to close the Department of Education?
Yes.
And what do you think about that?
I think it's right. Put it back to the states.
What do you think about his stance on the Department of Education? He wants to get rid of it?
You know, I'd love to be more educated on it to give you like a really well-endowed answer.
I want to do a fun like school quiz.
Sure.
Can you name the first president of the U.S.?
The very first president? Was that Abraham Lincoln?
What do the initials LBJ stand for?
LBJ?
Yeah.
LeBron James? Lyndon B. Johnson.
What does the B stand for?
Nothing. Just B.
Who wrote the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin?
Does anybody here know the answer to that? Do you know the answer to that question?
How many times has the U.S. fought in a world war?
Only World War II, so just one.
When was the War of 1812?
Of 1812?
Yeah.
Is that the Civil War?
Who did the U.S. fight in the Civil War?
I don't know.
Who did the U.S. fight in the Civil War?
The U.S. Civil War was it Mexico?
What happened on D-Day?
They killed all the aliens.
Marie Antoinette famously said, "Let them eat."
Let them eat. Was she people? Was she like cannibal?
The fuck? She never actually said that, by the way. It's like some made-up misquote. She never said, "Let them eat cake."
Do you know who shot Hitler?
Nobody knows who shot Hitler. It was like, he may have killed himself. It's kind of a mystery.
Yeah.
I had a teacher tell me that he's still alive. This is what he told me a couple years ago, is he's still alive, and he took a U-boat.
A teacher in school?
Teacher in school, yeah.
Who do you think that teacher voted for?
Trump, probably.
Well, America's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. This doesn't look that great. Yeah, it doesn't look that great. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Watch this, you smelly nigger, you faggot. I love you and your streams.
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
This is Maximus Aviation.
At some point today, did a drone fly over your house and you shoot at it? I'm gonna be real blunt with you and ask.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you shoot at it?
Because I thought it was somebody and turn around playing games on my house.
I got you. Where did you see the drone at?
Right above me.
What, can you walk out and just kind of show me?
Right there.
Sitting straight above it?
Straight above me.
Do you have any idea?
Hovered, lowered some kind of cord down or something, turned around and sent something back up, and then after it was shot at, it turned around and went north.
Gotcha. Okay. What'd you shoot at it with?
9mm.
Okay. All right.
How much trouble?
Holy shit. He could have fucking killed somebody.
My end.
Quite a bit. You've been honest with me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Quite a bit, actually. So there's a federal charge that goes along with it. There's a felony charge that goes along with it. That's kind of like where we're at.
Okay.
Okay.
What happens and what happens and what?
Well, before we continue this conversation, I'm really just, for you being honest, you really just took me off guard. I'm not gonna lie.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna lie?
True. All right, sir. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say
You're
will
putting
be...
me under arrest.
I'm just going to arrange you the Miranda warning just so I can get out. That way you and I can continue our conversation, okay?
I understand the Miranda warning. I don't have to speak to you unless I want an attorney. Okay?
I got you. Let me just read you this real quick, and then we'll go from there, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Go ahead, Serge. 26. I'm already talking to him. All right, Serge, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. If you want to head out underneath it, get out the rain. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You can understand each of these rights I have explained to you. Having these rights in mind, you wish to talk to us now.
Yes, I understand my rights.
Yeah, I got you. So, it was hovering above your house. It lowered something down.
No, it just hovered above my house.
You said something about the pulley system.
A cord or something. It stayed there for about 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And, yes, I shot at it. Okay?
I got you.
And the cord went up. It turned because it was facing east.
Okay.
Because that's east, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was working on my pool equipment.
Oh, you were outside when you noticed it?
Oh, I was.
Skip to 3:30. Forgot to tell you. All right, well, too late. Thanks for the donation, nigger smell.
Working on my pool equipment.
Gotcha.
Waved it off and everything. Never left. I went inside, went into the safe, got the weapon, came out, tried to shoot it off again. It didn't move. I fired one round at it. Now they say I hit it, so I must be a good shot, or else it's not that far away. So I'm under all sorts of. They say there's $10,000 worth of damage to the drone and all sorts of stuff. So I'm going to wind up having to find a real good defense lawyer.
You want a coffee in the front?
Whatever you need to do by protocol.
Well, no, we have.
We've been fine. There's no issues. We're not,
Yeah.
Just let me know if it's too tight, all right?
Yeah. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Well, that's Florida. Thanks again, N-word smell.
Everyone.
Let's see.
Standing, but Brian, there's a.
Actually, that's not interesting.
Really care about Trump and the markets and tariffs. The markets had a small correction. I don't, I've said this a million times. Focus on what you can do. If you want to be a macro person, you can do that. You'll have to find like a really good macro person to follow, because it's not me.
How are you doing, Gumbo?
People on Wall Street,
how's my baby?
You don't do it all. I think the average retail investor doesn't understand that, if you have a job on Wall Street, your job isn't to worry about global, trade policy, and then also worry about biotech in the same day. It doesn't make any sense. You stick to what you can do effectively and ignore everything else. I would drive myself crazy if I had to worry about the macro environment and how it's going to affect stocks, and then also worry about, if Anavex is going to EMA approval.
Today's video is a true bombshell for the games industry. This is one of those things that can have true impact, so let me explain. What just happened is the European Union just rewrote the rules on premium currency in games. Of course, that's the home of Ubisoft, of CD Projekt, of DICE, of Remedy, and so many other companies. And make no mistake, the new rules that they have just laid out could change gaming utterly. Actually change the games that you play. So those bundles where you've got to buy more currency than the item that you want costs, or perhaps the idea of limited time events, of no refunds and digital purchases. These are all being fought against by legislators.
Sweet.
And when the EU takes action, it's a large enough block that it can reverberate around the world. And as evidence, how's that USB-C charger on our phone working out? There's a lot to talk about. Strap in. This one could actually, honestly, be pretty f***ing good. Oddly enough, you've got EU legislation to thank for the standardized...
Do you like squirrels or cats more? Well, I've never had a squirrel, but I think I would rather have a pet cat than a pet squirrel.
Phone charger situation, and for many, the ability to play ROMs on their iPhone. But now we seem to have EU legislation to thank for premium currency being threatened, so here's what went on. In September 2024, the EU proposed the Digital Fairness Act that was targeting all the practices online that make using digital services miserable, and in particular, it called out dark patterns in video games as one of the targets, and that's basically the gross manipulative techniques that trick and strong-arm money out of people, obviously especially applying to people who are not yet adults. And this is fairly weighty because in the EU alone, games are obviously big business. Revenues have been going up in the EU. Online game spending in 2018 represented 74% of turnover coming from online revenue, and 83% by 2022. That's all of those fun, dark patterns actually working and getting digital currency money out of people. But those dark patterns target the most vulnerable people the most. And there's no one more vulnerable in the eyes of the law than children. Children who spend an average of €31 a month on online games, according to data from Video Games Europe. Well, that's actually went down from 2023. I guess that's good. Everyone's feeling a little bit of the economic pinch, but it's not stopped the EU from taking action to protect kids, basically, from predatory premium currency models. And in situations like this, there's often a great offender, right, that is held up as an example of something doing everything wrong. So you might wonder, is it an Activision game? Is it Ultimate Team from the EA football games? Maybe it was Roblox. No, today, it's a game about horses. It's called Star Stable. You've probably never heard of it, but if this all does turn out good, we'll have the horse girls to thank. This is Star Stable Online. It comes from a Swedish developer called Star Stable Entertainment, and it is the game that may have just rewritten rules and monetization in the EU. So yeah, thanks, horse girls. Now, it turns out that Star Stable just uses all of the premium currency tactics in the book, which makes it a pretty awesome example, right? Especially because it is targeted at a younger audience. So in March 24, the Swedish Consumer Agency filed a complaint with the EU-wide Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. That's a mouthful. And that complaint alleged that Star Stable Entertainment were targeting children and using harmful commercial practices that breached EU consumer regulations. Now, the findings corroborated much of those allegations. They found that the game made direct appeals to children in their ads, that they were using pressuring techniques like FOMO, which is particularly despicable when it's not, on adults, and there was a lack of transparency on purchases and loads more things. I mean, here's an example of one that's particularly rough. They were responsible for influencers promoting the game to kids without any disclosure of the spending risk. So, in short, it's bloody well damning. Star Stable Entertainment now have a month to address complaints and propose solutions with their game, but what matters for our purposes today is the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, we can just call the CPCN. They have laid out what they want. So I'll spell it out via an example. This is what should happen in the ideal world. You, dear gamer, want to buy yourself a new horse. You see that your new horse costs 300 star coins. The store tells you that's around £5, so it just lets you buy 300 coins exactly. You buy exactly what you need for the horse, rather than the current bundles that exist of 200 coins or 400 coins, meaning that you always have to buy with some wastage.
Try again, donate $2, let me see.
On women or men?
The world is more sympathetic to women when they get divorced. A woman gets cheated on, the man's a piece of shit. A woman cheats on a man, she must have been forced into the arms of this other man, or she had to explore herself, or she was being neglected. He mustn't have been meeting her needs, and she had every right in the world. Men have a very hard time right now in divorce. They see their children less, they get hit harder financially, they are the bad guy no matter what. If they cheat, they're the bad guy. If they get cheated on, they were the bad guy because they probably neglected her. There's a presumption that the man is to blame a lot of the time.
Most divorces are women's fault. So the vast majority of the time, women are to blame. So, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Boss theoretically is gender blind right now, but I don't I don't actually see that, because the law is people. The law is judges, and judges are human, and they have all the same biases. But, in fairness, divorced men meet a young woman, and the woman's like, instant family, just add me. Women, they get divorced, they've got kids, and guys are like, whoop, it's got baggage, I'm not going near that. That men and women have different problems post-divorce, and the world could be better to both of them.
All right, thanks for the donation, Trigon.
Which just ends up giving the company more money. So in short, no obfuscation bullshit, no weird tactics. And worst of all for these companies, this will have them bloody well shaking. You'd have to have a refund policy, both for the coins and the horse. And none of this would be pitched as a limited time event where you have got to get the thing right now. So that's an example then of how these policies should be applied, and each is indeed a massive win for consumers. But that would not matter if this amounted to nothing. You could look at all this and think, right, so some Swedish horse game has got a slap on the wrist. No, it's more than that. This seems to have backbone. So here's the big important bit. These solutions are the backbone of what the European Consumer Organization calls key principles for trustworthy gaming environments. And these could cause huge problems for anyone who is using premium currency. When I say this could shake the foundations of the game industry economy,
Dude, please, fuck. I am so sick of Call of Duty and their loot boxes and the stupid coins and all that horse shit. Oh my god, this would be great.
Absolutely mean it. So, these, which I'm going to spell out for you, are the minimum requirements for purchasing and using virtual currencies in the EU. And what's neat is the philosophy behind them. So the CPCN considers these premium currencies as an equivalent to the real money that is used to purchase them. And that for them means that they are just as worthy of legal scrutiny. So you can see how that is in a way a mindset shift that paves the way for actually treating these as they are. So just think about the last game that you played that had a premium currency in it. Whatever that game is, I want you to keep it in mind. And with that in your mind, I'm now going to go through the various different practices that this targets. So, prices for premium currency packs that are a little more than the available product. So you've got to buy extra coins, extra gems, whatever it may be. Obfuscation of how much currency is worth by always pairing currency with other items or multiple currency options. As an example, I think World of Warcraft may actually fall for that because it includes Trader's Tender in one of the new mount bundles. Another one, a complete lack of a refund option for making currency purchases or even for in-game items. So there would have to be a refund policy. That's something none of us are used to in these games. Also, FOMO practices to encourage buying. Those are going to be looked at, so some of those may no longer be allowed. And all of these practices are now something that the EU can hold against developers and publishers, even more so if the parental controls of said game are not up to scratch. So it's less a case of me saying, can you think of any game that falls into those categories? And it's more me saying, can you think of a game that doesn't fall into those criteria? It's fairly humongous, which might indeed be the point here. We know this is something the EU have been thinking about in other circumstances than just Star Stable. As an example, in September 2024, the European Consumer Organization published a report on popular online games. And in that report, they targeted Diablo 4, EA Sports FC 24, Minecraft, Fortnite, and a bunch of others. And it was all about how the virtual currencies work.
Bulbasaur Nuts donated $2. Watch this, you fucking idiot.
One of y'all ate my meat. Which one of y'all ate my meat, bro? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna start smelling breath because I know what my meat smell like. And if any one of y'all breath smell like my meat, I'm going off in y'all behind. Do y'all understand me? So which one of y'all ate the meat?
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Bulbasaur Nuts.
They were not thrilled on what they found in those games, right? Because many of them, well, they did the same things that, Star Stable did that we do not like. And that straight up means we can say that Electronic Arts and Blizzard Entertainment are being directly targeted by this body. That really is something. So it's no wonder that the BEUC will be holding workshops to help European companies implement these new principles. Because it seems they may actually have to implement them. everything that they previously thought was acceptable pretty much now isn't. And that, here's the shocking thing, that's not my commentary. That is what the industry response has been, so we know they are shaking in their boots. It ain't surprising the industry bodies aren't thrilled about this, and a big shout out to one of our Belgrade Games members, Neo Nebulosa, for directing us to this stuff. So, the European Game Developers Federation and the Video Games Europe, or two groups basically, they've published a joint statement that expresses their disappointment with the findings. Let's read their statement. Quote, "We are disappointed by the lack of engagement from the CPC network in creating these principles, which introduce new legal theories and misguided interpretations of EU consumer law that will create confusion and disruption for European customers." Sidebar. Oh no, we're going to be disrupted by sort of annoying predatory stuff going away. What an awful disruption. Back to the statement. It will also present a challenge to the industry's future growth and could even deprive millions of consumers access to their favorite games. Now that last bit is the interesting thing. So understandably, right, these groups, representing the most powerful players in the industry, did quite like things the way that they were. Change is dangerous, especially to the bottom line, and especially change like this. But in a way, they're not inherently wrong. It is true that audiences do actually understand premium currencies by and large right now, and when implementing currencies, these companies were following, their best legal guidance, and now that guidance has changed. I guess just like how so many phones had like a bespoke charging cable until the rules just changed in the middle of the game. So now they've got to get used to these new rules. And what'll sting is the impact on their bottom line. They're not wrong about the potential impacts of all of this. Now, big companies like Ubisoft can probably absorb the costs of any legal challenges or damage from rebuilding their premium currency systems. They'll probably spend a whole lot to try and figure out ways around these principles. As for smaller companies, well, they may not find that so easy. But where things will be dramatic is the group's final warning, because it's the most threatening one. It's the idea that players in the EU may just be locked out of video games. They'd say with a game like Overwatch, right? That they would simply choose to geo-restrict access to the game rather than change their monetization model or to just continue the game as normal and risk EU lawsuits. It could just be they look at the EU and think, you know what, we make enough from the States and other countries, we really don't need them. That being said, the EU population is kinda huge. Overall GDP is obviously a very, very flawed metric, but as an example, right, just Googling this here in 2024, the EU's nominal GDP was about 17.9 trillion.
Let me see.
Time out. Y'all know, hold on, wait. Y'all know. Giggity. Shut the fuck up!
All right, what do you like? All right, what? All right, so like, all right, so if or something and if it was candy, but you see, I thought I would. Oh my fucking god, y'all pissed me off. Imagine that.
I'm about to put it on. Do you need a second?
He said my big ass thumb.
I fucked that. Bro, damn.
Have you ever had a dream that you had?
All right, thanks for the donation, Tool.
And 1/6 of global nominal GDP, which is quite a lot of money, and a hell of a lot of that GDP globally will be in other countries like, say, China, where a lot of these companies will not be able to go in and directly monetize. That could actually mean that they will feel the need to change. And in a way, there are two wolves inside me who are fighting, right? I suppose one of them is the pragmatic wolf. The other one is the almost like the last vestiges of some sort of libertarian idealism that says, let the market decide. If the gamers do not like the bad practice.
Dude, every fucking time Gummy jumps off my fucking nuts. Oh, damn it. That fucking hurts. Well, that's some good news.
Hi Richard. I am drunk. I am currently replacing the high-pressure release valve on my water heater. I turned my water off. Overall it's a pretty good time. I have my CPVC for the drain. If I don't get this to work then I won't take a shower in the morning.
Well, it's probably more ideal to do those sorts of things when you're not drunk, but good luck. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Walker. Oh my god. Dummy.
We're here to warn them.
Fuck.
Shit.
She's here with that star kid!
Oh no! Watch it!
Shit.
They were heading upstairs!
Fuck, get down!
I don't see them. Find them. Try!
Fuck.
Liv, you still with me? Yeah. Let's get to the exit. Hold on a sec.
I'll keep eyes.
There's a health pack somewhere. Where was it? There it is. Anything in those lockers? No.
Cover me.
Yeah.
I got it. Go.
Abby.
Doesn't matter. We're getting off this island. Which way?
There's a radio station up ahead. We're gonna cut through.
Lev, get the ladder for me. How far is this Haven place from here?
Still got a ways to go. In here.
All right, what have I got?
Ability, don't need that. Recoil, maybe. What's good? Did I miss anything? Anything new with you? Oh, already got stability. Reload speed, okay. Not much is new with me. Just training and dieting. Very tired. You know. Alrighty. Let's do this shiz.
Through here.
Oh my god. Is that Haven?
Yeah. What's left of it.
Lev, where are the boats?
On the docks. Past the fires.
Then we better get down there before they're all gone, right?
Yes.
We're not dying on this island.
I know.
Let's get down there. Where do we go?
Follow the stone bridges.
Put those guards down!
Follow my lead.
Kill the apostate!
Fucking try it!
Ah, god damn it, they saw me? Fuck you.
Kill the wolf! Damn it!
Great.
Lev, you holding up?
Yeah.
Fuck. Damn it.
There! They're trapped in there!
Cover all the windows! Don't let them surround us! Wipe them out! God damn it!
Lev, you holding up?
Take it down!
Ah, fuck. Are you kidding me? I think they're all dead. I think. Oh no, there's still one there.
I don't see anybody. Don't let your guard down.
Oh, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships, Joe. Appreciate that.
Lev, come on!
You know how to ride?
More or less. Hang on. Ha! Keep low. Just keep pointing the way.
Up ahead.
Here we go. Get ready. Go there?
I don't know. The boats are there.
Fuck it. Nothing is stopping us.
Can't see anything, it's so dark.
Hang on! Ah, fuck! Ah! Get away from us! Hang on, we're going through!
Up and over the hill. Abby, Ryder, cover us!
Shit.
Oh God! Whoa! The horse!
Forget it. We have to keep moving.
Right there. The docks! Abby, this way. Come on.
Don't leave any of these freaks alive! These houses!
Oh, what? Jeez.
Don't leave any of these freaks alive! These houses!
Trash Tony Tillers, get fuck Nazi fucking based. Apparently you can't throw Molotovs in the Star of David Jewish symbol, but you can throw Molotovs in the cross, burn it in the game. I'm pretty sure that's fake. Thanks for the donation, Trash. Shit. Ah! He fucking hid. What a bitch. Oh, thanks for the gifted memberships again, Mad Joe. Really appreciate that. Dude, all over again? Fuck. Oh, wait. No, I think it's saved. Shit.
Your life ends here, Wolf! Monster!
Ah! There was a third, of course. Why wouldn't there be? Oh, suck my dick. Fuck you.
life ends! Get to the docks! Don't let anyone escape!
Hold the line!
The docks are just over this hill. Come on, Abby.
I'm doing good.
Can't get through. Up here. Go. We gotta get out of here fast. Come on. Come on.
God damn it, what the fuck?
The supports aren't going to hold. Left! Abby! I'm okay! Come on!
Stupid to come back!
Fuck you! No!
You're a damn disgrace! Damn you!
No, I don't have a horse.
Damn it. Are you okay? Yeah. Let's find the boat.
Oh shit, thanks for the 20 memberships again, Mad Joe. Appreciate that.
Here. Liv. Let's get out of the rain. Yeah. Is that...
Thought the first John Wick movie was only okay. The second one I really liked. Third one was absolute dog shit. Haven't seen the fourth.
Stay behind me.
Poor doggo. Are we fucking Wait, that's where we were. What the fuck?
Be careful. Abby.
What do we do when we find him?
Just figure out how to get in first. Okay, grab that ladder. Ready? Stay quiet now.
What the hell is going on over there?
These are Leah's. Careful. Stay close.
Wait till you see this, you son of a bitch. She's gonna love it.
Hands up. Back away from your shit. I said back up!
You're making a big mistake.
Don't fucking turn around. Liv, keep your bow on him. Get on the ground.
You gonna kill me like a coward?
You fucking people. Jesse, stand up! Hands in the air, I shoot this one too.
Don't you do it, Ellie. Get out of here.
Stand up! Now!
Don't you fucking dare!
Shut the fuck up! All right?
Stop! Stop!
Toss your weapon. Toss your weapon!
No.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go.
You killed my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
Wait! Get off of her! Move me!
Come on. Stay here. Watch the exits. Don't let her leave.
Fuck! Don't you fucking run! Got you!
a better person than Ellie.
Fucker!
Where the fuck can I go? Jeez. Oh my god. It's so dark.
Heard that? Oh, got you!
Damn it. Fuck.
Abby! Shit!
No way. No way. No way. There's no way she could have saw that. Ah, give me a fucking break. She's like spider powers. Bullshit! Dude, she has like super fucking spider reflexes. So you can only hit her with a bottle when her back is turned, basically. Fuck. Dude. Dude, why can't you dodge the arrows or anything she does? That's fucked.
Coming for you! Damn it!
Fuck off! Dude. Nah, Evil Within sucks. Yeah, Evil Within is not a particularly good game. Second one wasn't very good either. Can't really be fucked to waste my time. Just gonna wait until I get a perfect opportunity, basically. No, haven't watched Signal.
Stop! She had nothing to do with this. She's pregnant. Good.
Yes, kill the pregnant bitch. No, I've never watched the show Solitary.
Don't ever let me see you again. Come on.
Ugh, hate how I have to listen to the stupid baby. Yes, there we go. No, it doesn't turn the baby off. What the fuck? Gross. It's the worst part in the entire game. Ew. I muted the game because I can't stand listening to the stupid baby.
Little sheep. My God, look at your little lamb. It's your little baby. Oh, I love sheep. They're so good. Get in the fucking barn. Oh my God. Those are good sheep. Very nice.
Now the baby's still crying. I think now it's probably okay. I think it still maybe cries a little bit. Fucking hate babies. Yeah. Oh, shut up.
You're home. You're home. Breathe.
Ugh, gross. Can't stand listening to it.
Take him, okay?
I don't know how people think babies are cute. They're just fucking disgusting.
Sorry. I don't know what... I was just bringing in the... It's okay. Here we go. Here we go. It's okay. Hey. Oh, man. It's good. Haven't had any excitement in a while. Hmm?
I don't have top 3 favorite games on PS1. Never had a PS1. Oh, look at that. Ellie is a fucking monster. And I can say this. Ellie killed a fuck ton more dogs in this game than Abby did. In fact, I don't think Abby killed any dogs. It's funny how people hate on fucking Abby when Ellie's the fucking dog killer and rabbit killer. Yeah, she killed a rabbit and a deer in the first game.
Hey, where you been? Hunting. Took a little longer than I thought. Who's here? Just come inside.
Ow. Well, that's quite a grip you got there.
Hey, Tommy.
There you are.
Here, let me take him. Come here, bud. Oh, yeah.
Go.
Here.
Oh, I got it.
Hey.
Hey.
It's good to see you.
You too. He's getting heavy.
No.
I don't know if dogs are capable of passing the mirror test. Probably not.
Sounds good. Maria good?
Oh, she's fine. We're taking some time apart.
Sorry.
Nah. We talked about it a lot, and yeah, it's what we both want, so. Okay. Oh, come sit. I got something to show you. So I've been putting out feelers for months now. And this new guy heard my story. He told me about a woman that he traded with while he was moving through California. Described her as built like an ox, traveling with a kid with scars across his face. He said they're living along this coast in a beach sailboat right here. That's gotta be her.
We're done with that, so
Well, I can't go.
I know.
All right. Reckon it's easy. Forget about her. You sitting all comfy way out here?
Hey.
I'll make her pay.
Tommy.
That's what you said when we got back to Jackson.
Tommy.
What a joke.
Can you take him, please? Yeah. Here. I got you. I got you.
Hey, what the fuck was that?
Nothing.
God damn it, Tommy, you know what we've been through.
I'll save her. She made me a promise.
I don't fucking care.
I know you don't, dear. That's your goddamn problem. Oh, you're no more fucking years.
I don't know how much Abby can bench. In the game, she mentioned 185, but that was when she was younger, so probably well over that by the time she's older.
Great news. I may be drunk, but I can fix a water heater. Repairs look good. Bang bang skeet skeet nigga.
Well, that's good. At least you can shower now. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Plumber. Oh wait, you're supposed to use the guitar, right? No, benching 5 to 10 kilograms is not strong.
Lecture about my patrols. Don't go here, don't go there. It's funny how involved it gets whenever you're scheduled to go out.
Yeah.
She's putting on quite the show.
I give you guys 2 weeks until you're back together.
Not gonna happen. She, say something to you?
Make it 1 week.
Ellie! Hey! What took you so long?
Well, I'm here, aren't I?
Dina?
Jesse.
Hey, don't forget, we're heading out early, so get some rest.
Yes, sir.
You're such a dick.
Come on. Why don't you start with me? Okay, I have a very serious question for you. How bad do I smell?
Like a hot pile of garbage?
Oh, okay. Oh, how about that?
Gross.
You love it.
Every guy in this room is staring at you right now.
Maybe they're staring at you.
Or not.
Maybe they're jealous of you.
I'm just a girl, not a threat.
Oh, Ellie. I think they should be terrified of you.
Hey, this is a family event.
Sorry. Sorry.
Remember next time there's kids around.
Yeah, like you're setting such a great example.
Oh, just what this town needs. Another loudmouth dyke.
The fuck did you just say? Ellie, Ellie, don't.
Get the hell out of here.
Get your hands off me.
Hey! Enough.
Come on, you. Let's go for a walk.
What about them?
You worry about yourself.
Let's get you some fresh air.
You all right, kiddo?
What is wrong with you?
He had no right.
And you do? I don't need your fucking help, Joel.
Yeah. Right.
Scissor Sisters. That gives me a really good idea. 2 superheroes that are sisters and they're lesbian and they have sex with each other and they call themselves the Scissor Sisters and they fight crime.
Hey.
Man, it's been a while since he slept this long, huh?
He had a day.
Yeah. He's fine. Go back to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning, okay?
I have to finish it.
You don't owe Tommy anything.
I don't sleep. I don't eat. I'm not like you, Dina.
What? You think this is easy? For you?
I couldn't resist.
And yeah, that's what cats do. They ruin things.
And that's why we love them, because they're good at ruining stuff. They'll ruin the things that you don't need. They will identify things like socks or shoes or carpets or drapes Things that you don't need and they will ruin them. They'll say you don't need this and then they ruin it. They streamline and optimize your life by ruining things that you don't need. Oh, that's my gum. And,
Absolutely base take. Thanks for the donation, even though.
And for him, I deal with it.
I love you.
Prove it. Stay.
Going Andrews donated $2. Let me see.
These are our last days, as scientists have officially resurrected extinct vision.
This guy's a lying twat. Just a fucking absolute dipshit.
Animals that have strengths we have never experienced before, and they've been let free, ready to hunt us. People were terrified after scientists at Colosso Bioscience resurrected the dire wolves by taking their genes from their fossils and reproducing them, with many saying there are catastrophic consequences for those who play God, as many saying their old genes.
Nature usually wins, and spoiler alert, we all know that didn't end well.
Haunting footage shows these scientists who raised the new dire behaviors from their...
I don't even think they're dire wolves. I think they're just wolves. This company seems like a huge fucking scam. Like, nothing about it makes any sense. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Going Anders.
I can't.
So what? I'm just supposed to sit here and wait for you? For God knows how long, just thinking you're fucking dead the entire time?
I don't plan on dying.
Yeah, well, neither did Jesse. Or Joel. Hey, stop. Hey, come on. We've got a family. She doesn't get to be more important than that. No. I'm not gonna do this again.
That's up to you.
Birds are good.
24, 25, Constance.
Okay, Constance. Now we just need...
Oh, I checked this street a week ago. I can't believe you traded a pistol for this.
It's a lead.
No way that guy saw fireflies over here.
Stop. I feel good about this.
Well, I don't.
Come on. $24.10. It's not gonna be on that side. It's all evens. That's weird graffiti.
Does that mean fireflies?
No. Nothing I recognize, at least.
Hey, something's out there.
Watch it! All right, we're good.
Maybe. All quiet now.
Good.
Knew something was out there.
Yes, you did. Keep your guard up. Let's go back to finding that house.
2425.
Attaboy.
If the Fireflies are still out there,
Yeah.
what do you think they're up to?
I don't know. The goal was always to restore society. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to go about it.
Seems like a strange place to find a resistance group.
We had all sorts of outposts. Big and small. Best way to hide from the army. Let's see. Good enough.
This place looks abandoned.
Keep searching.
Maybe there's another way in?
Are you being positive?
I'm trying to be helpful.
You're always helpful.
We painted the indoors to look like the outdoors, but plants don't look like that.
It's more like a child's dream version of the outdoors. In the old world, it'd be common for them to decorate kids' rooms like this. My dad painted a colorful jungle for me.
Oh. Here I would have loved that.
I bet you would have. What about...
Everything's empty.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting.
Remember the last time we were in a pool?
Oh, you mean when we were plummeting to our doom? Yeah, I have a small recollection of it.
If it makes you feel better, I also thought we were gonna die.
Dude, I gotta piss. Oh my god, I have to piss. Bro, I'm gonna piss my pants. Oh, I'll be right back. I just have to go, wee-wee. There aren't Cadbury cream eggs that are vegan, but you can get, like, vegan versions of, you know, cream eggs. I also had to take a shit. Oh. Man.
Lev, I think we're done here.
No, wait.
You find something?
Scratches.
Scooch.
No, didn't have diarrhea, but my asshole still hurt, and there's
Hello?
like... And the shit still felt acidic. I only stopped eating that protein powder today, so...
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Pretty nice barracks, all things considered. They had power down here. Look around.
The new stuff I ordered from Amazon should be coming later today.
Guess they've got solar.
Oh.
Fuck.
They were here for a while.
That's the shower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you not able to turn it on from there? Or did she turn it on?
Is this frequency currently in use? This is... Do you see a call sign anywhere?
Oh, what?
It's a short list of numbers and letters. Fuck it. This is...
Hello, Imagine.
Yeah. Be funny if fish fished humans. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? Standing by. Is anyone out there?
What's this?
Those are frequencies. Is this frequency currently in use? This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Is anyone out there?
Are these other Firefly outposts?
I don't know. Can anyone hear me? Hello? Is this frequency currently in use? This is Abby from Santa Barbara. Hello? Hello? Is this frequency currently in use? Hello, this is Abby from Santa Barbara. Can anyone hear me? If anyone can hear me, please reply. Please answer.
Hi, Abby. We got a clear signal on you. Where in Santa Barbara are you calling from?
2425 Constance. We got a tip about a base, but there's no one here. We're looking for fireflies. I'm a firefly.
Where were you stationed?
I was part of the Salt Lake outpost.
Who ran that facility?
Dr. Jerry Anderson. He was my dad.
back from the satellite stations and brought them back here to home base.
How many of you are there?
We're about 200 strong now, with a few more every month.
Owen was right. You're about to get 2 more. How do we find you?
Get to Catalina Island. Approach the large domed building in Avalon. We'll find you.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you soon. Over and out.
Looking forward to it. Good luck, Abby from Santa Barbara. Over and out.
Come on, let's get back to the sailboat.
Okay, fine. You were right.
What was that?
Why do you make me repeat whenever I'm wrong?
Because it makes me feel better. And because it happens so rarely.
Come here, let me see you. You ready?
Wait, what are you doing? Wait. Fuck, man!
You're fine. Get that little one.
Don't you fucking touch him!
Shit. One hell of a catch, huh?
Where did you go from here? Two, 4, 2, 5, Constance. Yeah, that's gotta be it. How would she get up to the street from here?
PC version of this game is so much more clear looking. Let's see.
This looks promising.
I liked Alan Wake 2. The shooting mechanics were not as good as the first game, though. And there were some stupid segments. Thought that whole music video thing was dumb.
Tips for getting rid of OCD?
The only treatment for it is not giving into obsessive compulsive, desires. I used to have really bad OCD when I was a kid. I'd have to, like, blink a certain amount of times, touch things in a certain way, do shit over and over again. And I didn't even know OCD was a thing, but I just had a general sense that, like, what I was doing was not normal. Like, I knew it was clearly a problem. So, even before knowing the proper treatment for it, I just stopped doing it. Like, I forced myself not to do certain things, and then it went away.
That way.
There's some sports psychologists who actually think OCD in athletes may actually be like some sort of adaptation to preparing for their sport. I know one guy, he thinks some of those obsessive compulsive tendencies, they may be movement patterns that prime your nervous system. Fuck off! Oh my god, that bone arrow sucks. So, yeah, that's interesting, but it doesn't change how you deal with treatment. Thanks for the donation though, Sid. But yeah, it's very simple and straightforward. You just have to stop doing OCD shit.
There we go.
Oh. RT donated to some of my friends who went vegan said the diet gave them acid reflux gastritis. Have you dealt with excess stomach acidity? The only time I've had any symptom close to that was when I tried a raw vegan diet way back in the day. I just thought it was kind of interesting, tried eating nothing but fruit, and I did have that when I ate nothing but fruit. But again, if you're experiencing those symptoms and you're eating just a normal balanced diet, you're either just lying or you're a weak little bitch. Like, people are claiming they're having these symptoms. I have a feeling they're just lying, and, they're either, making it up, they're hypochondriacs, and they're just imagining things, or they're just eating something stupid. It's one of those. Oh, thanks for the membership, Maggio. I really appreciate that.
Hope I can cut through here. I swear to God, Abby, if these infected killed you. I gotta get out of here.
Nigger, Hib, Bina, Towelhead, Alibaba, Alpine Serb, Gator Bait, Shines, Cotton Pickers, Pike the Kike, Hook-Nosed Jew, Ape, Orangutan, Blue Gum, Ispina, Polar Gook, Cabbage Eater, Faggot, Chinchong, Nazi, Coon, Zipper, Christ-Killing Jew. Fuckers.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate that. Why isn't that letting me, pick up that thing?
Do you ever have OCD moments still where you need to do something a bunch of times in a certain way to be satisfied? Do you get that urge still sometimes, or are you completely over it? Any specific tips for ignoring your compulsive thoughts?
I think the important thing is to just not do it. If you just don't do it, the thoughts will go away eventually. So, I mean, you could just jerk off to hentai or something to get your mind off of it, but, the biggest thing is to just not give in and do the obsessive-compulsive thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
If someone did heroin for 10 years, kinda like you do now, and they got clean and sober, went vegan, and is in great physical health, but could it be that their dopamine receptors were fried due to drug abuse and could develop ADHD as an adult? Thoughts?
ADHD is like 90-something% heritable, so if you have ADHD, you just inherited it. Very few conditions in which you can develop ADHD from like traumatic brain injury,
She has to be down there.
drug use, shit like that. So it's pretty God damn it, there's a fucking health pack. So it's pretty unlikely that that you develop ADHD through those means. Thanks for the donation, man. I do sometimes get obsessive compulsive disorder like feelings, but when I do, I just recognize it and then I stop. So it does come back sometimes, but again, all you have to do is just not do it anymore. Fuck. I don't know how the fuck I missed. That's whack.
Abby. I found you.
See? We got a live one.
This bitch is fucked up. We'd be lucky if she lasts a month. Can we please just say we're done for the day?
Yeah. Hey, get that thing down. Let's reset the traps.
Really, man? I mean, is she even worth the trip back? It's not like...
Hey, get you?
No. I'm good. Something funny?
Looks like you shit your pants.
Fuck you say?
Oh, little bitch.
Oh, you like funny, huh? Get up.
Come on.
Get up.
We don't need
No,
this.
man, she's fucked up anyway, man. Come on.
Please, don't.
Yeah, it's funny, right? It's funny.
Are you serious?
Come on.
damn it! Wait. You said Abby. You're looking for an Abby, right? We picked one up a couple months ago.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, big girl. A blonde. Arms like mine. She had a scrawny kid with cuts by his mouth. Yeah, that's her. You let me go. I'll tell you where she is. We'll get to her before that infection takes over.
Talk.
She's in a holding cell at our camp.
Where's that?
Head that way till you hit the railroad track. That'll lead you to a resort. We keep them in the tall, round building. I swear.
Dodo, donate $2. I know why you're so calm. It's because Streamlabs is finally working past $137, although earlier I did get an error a couple of times, but it started working a few minutes later. Streamlabs sucks, but Stream Elements sucks more. The only thing I don't like about Stream Elements is the way it handles links. When I look at the donation bar thing, that's stupid. I don't know why the fuck they fucked that up. Streamlabs is way better for that, but otherwise, I don't have a problem with Stream Elements. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it. Russell Brand started eating meat like 3 years ago, dude. That's kind of old news.
Tracks to resort. Tall round building. Tracks to resort.
And he was still a fucking retard. Even when he claimed to be vegan, but he was obviously never vegan.
Fuck.
We'll go back. Is that a gun? He's got a gun! Go back! God damn it.
Shit. All right.
Fuck did he get a gun? Tell the others to search the area. Make sure he's the only one that got
Group. Better find her before these idiots kill her.
Hey, look at that. Shot his hand off. Little bitch. Oh. Fuck.
Straight! There! There!
Amber!
Any others? Oh, fuck. My side. Where are the tracks? Okay. Tracks to the resort.
You never watched Seinfeld, but you watched Friends. Oh my god, you're an uncultured swine.
Let's move!
Oh, God. That looks like a tall, round building.
Why are you defending Israel? Palestine is said to attack first in October, but they have also lied about more atrocities, hence 6 million number 1940s. You do realize this, right? They torment. It's like feeding a cat a vegan diet and expecting it to be okay.
You're literally fucking retarded. Yeah, Palestinians were working with the Nazis to try to get the Nazis to come to Israel and exterminate Jews, so... Oh yeah, the Jews are so evil.
How do I get in there?
Go fuck yourself, you're just a faggot.
Hello.
Come on, you can do it. Just a little closer, buddy.
Do leave him alone.
Fuck. Dude, are you kidding me?
Start searching. Someone's out there. Got something. I'll check it out.
Anything?
Don't see anything. Hey. Shit! Over here! Andy! Push in! I got you now!
Don't fucking think so, bitch.
assholes.
Oh shit.
Think a car. I'll go see what's up.
Got it.
Gotcha!
What is your opinion on stem cell and natural meds? Also, if there was nothing, wouldn't you be experiencing nothing by default, hence the creator? I hear you are agnostic. Give your thought on this, because one is always experiencing even if dead. That's the exper.
I don't know what the hell you mean by natural meds. So far there's no proven efficacy with stem cell treatments. So I guess if you're absolutely fucking desperate, go for it. But if not, I wouldn't bother. And I don't know how the fuck you've rationalized there being a god because you're alive. That just doesn't follow. And you have no proof whatsoever that consciousness continues after you're dead, so I don't know why you'd believe that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! The fuck? Where'd they come from? Oh, fucking hell. Great, okay, uh-huh. Where the fuck did they come from? Oh my god, I can't be fucked again.
Cole! Ambush! Ambush! It came from over there! Pete! Go around! Pete!
So they can shoot through the bush, but I can't?
Push forward!
Quick.
I don't know how the fuck that's even possible. I was behind a fucking concrete wall. Demon cunt donate till layers of consciousness simply ceases after death. Why are there accounts of people being clinically dead yet being able to recall tools in the room, doctors operating on them, and even seeing them from an outer body point of view? Look it up. That doesn't indicate life after death.
If there was nothing, you'd experience nothing, hence still experiencing. When you're dead, you are experiencing being dead despite if you are aware or not. You would experience lack of existence if it was. Experience is self-existent. Make sense, Veggie?
No, that's completely and utterly retarded and made no sense. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, so people claiming they've had out-of-body experiences may have just imagined it. And them saying, oh, I saw things in the room and shit like that. Okay, cool. You have an imagination. I think most people know what an operating room looks like. What the fuck? Oh yes, of course. The perfect clipping in this game. Yeah, headshots don't count as headshots.
I got something.
She went back that way!
All right, I'll see what's up. Hey, is that her? I'm on it. There! There!
If I'm restarting from the beginning, I'm fucking done. We're just playing this tomorrow.
Are you a high school dropout? If so, why? Also, what is your opinion on the mental health crisis today? Do you think it's our food, the environment, male submissive sex? Ever had a prostate orgasm? How did you achieve it?
No, I'm not a high school dropout. Mental health crisis today is caused by single mom fucking behavior. It's just people being whiny. No, I've never had a prostate orgasm. Thanks for the donation. Damon Cunt donated $2. Pam Reynolds, case, her brain flatlined, blood clot, heart stopped, yet she remembered exact conversations that were happening during the time and specific tools that were used. Okay, so she might have been partially conscious. And I don't know why you'd assume that's... Fuck! Oh my god. You're just all fucking annoying. Fuck off. This is getting a little annoying. Demon Cunt, Tony Tiller's nigga, she wasn't partially conscious. What is the main reason you don't believe in God besides problem of evil? It's fucking stupid and beta male behavior, that's why. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wow, you are dumb. There has been a major increase in mental health issues and processed food. Pesticide use and all that, but hey, if you can mistake Harry Potter for a hot chick, then you can mistake a lot of things.
The mental health issues today are primarily due to... Primarily due to people having a bad mindset. God damn it. Are you fucking serious? Square in the face. Square in the face. And he still fucking one-hitted me. Thanks for the donation. Why you're retarded. Demon cunt donate $2. Okay, so you don't care about evidence. You're just a faggot. That's not evidence. That's just speculation. Thanks for the donation, stupid. If you want to be gay and believe in gay stupid shit, then go right ahead.
I saw someone. Let's see what's up. Got you covered.
What the fuck? Why in the fuck am I having so much trouble with this? Holy shit! Demon cunt donate $2. Imagine being atheist gay. Imagine dying any evidence of God because you want to finger up your ass. Beta male atheism. God doesn't exist. Put a dill up my ass. Fuck you old people. Thanks. Thanks for the donation. Don't fucking care.
Murder! Push in!
Give me a fucking break. Holy shit.
Fuck. Anything else? Come on. Don't stop now.
Demon cunt donate $2. Imagine if a carnivore or a meat eater had the response to you regarding veganism. Fuck you, coon. Also, when are you going to go to more Palestine protests? It's warm in Canada. I'm not gonna fucking bother, dude. Done it. It's over. Don't care. Thanks for the donation. Justin Cocker donated $2. Replace Gucci with Richard Rip Prismo. Wonder how it happened. Gummy, what the fuck? Oh my god. Great.
That you thinking of going vegan, brother. But you can't be vegan if you keep wearing that fur. Shame on Gucci!
Alright, thanks for the donation. Demon Content Tillers, dude, you were all happy a couple hours ago, now you hate life. Also, outdoor live debates with people, veganism, not boring shit, shitting on your potential, how much you make in a month. Thanks for the donation, dude, don't care.
What happened? I don't know. It's gotta be a fucking spray. Shit.
Spread out toward the tower. Look out! Ambush! We got a live on! Right over here! Stay calm.
Let go, now! Hell with it! Found her!
Okay.
Bring her down! Got her! I'm on it!
Shit, let go!
God damn it!
Fuck!
God, no!
Where are these fucking prisoners?
Thanks for the gifted memberships, Mad Joe, appreciate that.
Where's Abby? She's bit!
Keep back!
Don't put that fucking thing in me!
Hey!
Like Donny Tillers, are you agnostic? No. Do you believe in free will at all? I'm agnostic. Also, I get why you're angry. Your hand must be working hard since Harry Potter flew away on the broom because you kept talking about how hot Jules' blood daughter was. You don't really seem to understand the story in this game. Joel doesn't have a fucking daughter in the game, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Ike.
She's down in the pillars.
The pillars?
Head down to the beach. You won't miss it. She's probably already dead. Come on!
Move your ass.
To the beach. Holy. Abby? Help me. Please. It's you. Abby. I got you. I got you. They're both this way. can't let you leave. I'm not doing this. No. I'm not gonna fight you. Yes, you will. He's not a part of this. You made him a part of this.
Fuck. Fuck her up.
go. Just take him.
Nah, burp guy hasn't been here yet.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control. And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. She your
Nighty night, Sadie.
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just... I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not trying to.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that. But I would like to try.
I like that.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
What happened to the baby? The baby got eaten. They ate the baby. You're a piece of shit, Chef Poppy. This game ain't shit, you're shit, and your whole fucking family's shit. That's why you're shit. Come from a shit fucking bloodline. Okay. us. Isn't there supposed to be a Starlight skin? Yeah, that's the Starlight. Ah, shit. Challenge and no return. Fuck. Put on the Mortal Kombat one. That one's pretty cool. Hell yeah, trashy Abby. Oh, hey, chicken. Hell yeah, trashy Abby. Which skin is that? Wonder. Yeah, I don't know if there's any nude mods yet. Don't think there are. A lot of these filters are weird blorange. Alright. That'll be it for tonight. It is late, so I'm gonna go head to bed. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams, everybody.